Hello everyone, hello, this is Rex Red. I am back with another EZ3DTV tutorial today. We are going to be working with depth maps again and vignettes, and this is going to be a comprehensive guide to using Daz Studio canvas depth maps and using Photoshop vignettes on your finished renders. Welcome, welcome, welcome people, welcome. So we're gonna go up here and make sure that our top chat is going. And here we go. Okay, I have tried to make this a little as condensed as possible so it won't be like a 6-hour kind of thing, 5-hour kind of tutorial. But yes, yesterday I worked, I believe it was 4 or 5 hours on this topic of depth maps. And then also today, then after I was done broadcasting, I worked from that time until about 5 in the morning, learning how to do this and how to do this entire thing. It's 2 things we're trying to do. And one of them is depth maps, and the other is vignettes. Okay, they're 2 totally different things, but they're very similar in a way because they have to do with changing your scene in a post-work kind of environment. And now, what I want to do is explain what these things are before, just one moment. What I want to do is explain what they are so that right from the very beginning, you kind of know what it is that we're doing, okay? Now, first let's tackle a depth map. A depth map is a black and white image, okay? Where the black part of the image is unaffected by the coloration of depth, okay, in your scene. So if you think of it like a fog, okay, like fog, and this is how we're going to apply it. It can also be applied through depth of field, like focus in your camera. But if you think of it like fog, you up close, you don't want a lot of fog because fog accumulates. The more you go into your scene, the more fog you're going through. And so in the distance, it's going to look very foggy. But up close, there's not going to be much fog because there's only so much fog between you and your figure. So what Daz Studio does is it gives you this map, okay? And it says, okay, there's black. Everything that's up close is going to be black. It's got a black and white image. And so like this girl here, she is going, the woman, girl, she is going to be up close. And so you don't want her just completely lost in the fog, okay? Now, let's go into Iray here and take a look at this. But in the distance in this scene, you're going to have these trees in the distance. You're going to have this area here that you might want to have it kind of foggy in behind these trees here. You might want a little bit of fog in front of this rock. Now I'm waiting for it. See this rock? You might want to have a little fog creeping in around the rock. you might want to have some fog in behind this tree right here, like where it's foggy in here, okay? Now, if you notice the background is foggy, that is because we have a backdrop here, okay? Now, if I click background layers, it's kind of confusing, but what that is right there is just, it's a flat cylinder, okay, that goes around the scene. It's a piece of geometry. Now it's gone. Okay, so now we don't have any trees or fog. And now what we have is the HDRI, the default HDRI showing in the background. Now that default HDRI is not geometry. Now this is something we have to understand, that the HDRI, that is this giant bubble that's around the scene, it's projected. It's a projected image. Now, how they do that, I don't know. All I know is that it's projected and there's no geometry necessarily involved in that projected image. Okay, welcome people, welcome. Anus, I'm going to show you today some really, if you can hang around, some very, very awesome stuff. I know the last couple of days I've had these tutorials that sort of didn't seem to get anywhere. Well, I spent from yesterday when I got done broadcasting, it was about 4 or 5 o'clock at night. I worked on this until 5 in the morning. Just a minute, my door keeps opening and closing. The wind, I think we have ghosts in the house. Just a minute. Let me close this so this doesn't keep happening. So, yes. Oh, okay. All right. So this topic, we're talking about two things here. We are talking about how to make these depth maps and how to do it right. And that's number one. And number two, how to make vignettes and how to make them right. And these are very, very awesome picture things, because this is right here when we go into this wildwood wood. Okay, this right here, this image, okay? Look at how incredible this image is. Now you notice the fog here? That's our depth map, okay? And the fog, there's fog here, this little kind of patch of fog here. And then we have her showing up here in the scene. And she, and if you notice that she's kind of in a bright spot where it's kind of dark here and it's bright. That's our vignette, okay? And you see, and it's unlimited. Once you see this, you're gonna want to learn this. You're gonna want to be able to do this with your scenes. And this is all in post work. And it has to do, I am doing this in Photoshop, but this can also be done in GIMP. You just kind of have to learn how GIMP does this. I did that yesterday. I worked on that at the beginning of yesterday's video. We worked with text and glass, and I kind of tied that up to some degree, okay? Today, I have about 500 processes in my head right now that I'm going to show you how to do. And they're not that hard to learn, okay? So today is going to be depth maps and vignettes, and you will see how awesome this is. Now, yesterday we talked about a product in the Daz store about Depthmap. Okay. And this product here, it's called Basic Depthmap Maker. Okay. Now, you know, this seems like the most amazing thing. I bought it yesterday. I vowed not to do this because I knew I wanted to use Daz Studio. But there was an issue, okay, I was having with one of my depth maps where if you notice this image where the depth map is really like sharp and pronounced, and then this image right here where the depth map, if you'll notice, it's sharp here, but up in this area, the depth map has lost its edge, okay? And it's, if we can click in a little bit more, you can see that like there are little speckles around the edge, okay? What causes that and how? So yes, you have to, Anush, you have to go back and watch the yesterday's tutorial, and you'll be able to see how I kind of finished up the glass text thing, okay? Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back again. Now, so Daz Depth Map Canvas has this problem, okay? Now, what it's saying is that this particular program that this particular program fixes this problem. It really doesn't, and when it says the positives, no adjustments needed, that's not really true either. You do have to adjust this map, okay? And there's, I'll show you, you have to adjust it kind of dynamically. You adjust a lot of it, okay? There are many adjustments. Even if you use this program, there are adjustments. And the other negative is it's an 8-bit gradient. And yesterday, Anus, you were not here, but there were these things. Remember, I had the problem with this thing called banding, and it was terrible. We had these banding issues. Now, I'm going to turn on my full screen for a moment and just make sure that okay, that seems to be okay. I don't know why I look... Oh, I don't have my other light on. Okay, just a moment. Let me turn on my other light. Here it is. Hello. Okay, there's another light. All right, so we're back here. So this thing called banding, and what banding is you can see a little bit in this image where there's these little lines where it doesn't go from black to white smoothly, where it's kind of got these ridges. And you don't want that. You don't want any of that in your image at all. You do not want banding. So that you want this fog to go, and you can see there's little tiny fine lines here also. Just lines that are going across here. They're very faint to see, but if this was a full-size image, it would be very obvious, okay? You do not want any banding. So this is what we've gotten rid of. The banding problem is gone, okay? We don't have to switch all of this to any odd kind of bit rate or anything. Okay, so, and if you look at this bridge here, okay, let's take a look at this. You can see there is banding here. Let's see, we can pull this up. See these little lines in this? So you do not want that in your bitmap. See, because this is this is a color image, and what you want is your color to come through, like the color on the railing here and all. You want it to be color, but you want it to be blended with this depth map so that you have kind of smoke in the room, okay? And it kind of goes to this whitish thing, but your color shines through. So that's what the depth map does, is it gives... Pat, oh, thank you for the compliment on my hair. It's like, okay, I'm having a good hair day. So that's very kind of you, Pat. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. This is going to be the comprehensive guide, okay? This video, if you study this video, you're going to learn a lot of very, very, very helpful stuff, okay? Very helpful, okay? So, all right, so what the problem with the Daz depth renderer, okay? So when we go into render settings and we go to advanced and we go to canvas, we add our canvases, okay? So we can turn these off and delete them very easily, okay? You just click on the canvas as soon as it allows us to. Okay, we go to canvases and we minus the canvas, delete that, and we select this one, minus that one. So we just add a beauty canvas, we click canvases, you go into in this render settings and you click this advanced tab, make sure you're in NVIDIA Iray, okay, and then you click this, check this canvas button, you add the beauty one and it'll add another beauty one, and you want to select that one. And it's the second one, not the first one. You want to select the second beauty one. And when it says type down here, you want to select that to depth. Okay? Then you're all done. When you go to make your render, it will create a depth map. Now you see this image. This is typical of a lot of our images. There's no atmosphere, there's no depth. And if I were to put VDBs in here, okay, I would be just kind of sticking one over there, stick one here, stick one there, and it would just be kind of like blah, like there, okay? Now, if I use the Daz fog, it's like this, it's just like this kind of like tsunami of fog that kind of just goes through your scene, and you can make it lighter or darker. It's just kind of, but with the depth map, it literally follows the contours of your scene. See how this follows the scene? It follows all of it creates this beautiful thing, and the color comes through. This is just the depth map here that you're seeing. And this is the depth map used to do depth of field. See, this is blurry, but the chains up close are in focus. So this is using a depth map to do depth of field. This is using a depth map to do fog. And this is the best. Now, if you look at this picture again, look how cool this is. Look how cool this, now the trees, the tree color and all, this is just the depth map, okay? This isn't the depth map over top of your render, okay? Because the tree would be brown and the grass would be green up in the front, but it would slowly start to become less color and more depth map as it goes back, okay? So this is what we're doing. So I wanted to explain exactly, these are not these are not black and white renders, okay? This is a black and white render that we're putting over top of our color render. And then we're setting it so that the black and white render allows color to come through in a gradient way, okay, into the scene, okay? So as you go back, it's more there's more depth map as you come ahead to like the tree in the foreground. The depth map becomes transparent. Anything black in the scene is see-through. Anything that's white in the scene is going to be white, okay? It's going to be not see-through, okay? It's going to cover. So this part in the back will have more depth map over, more black and white image over it, where anything, so as you slowly come to the foreground of your scene, it's okay. See, that's what I've figured out that I'm talking for like hours and hours, and from the very beginning, people aren't grasping what this is, okay? And so that's why I'm trying to take some time at the beginning of this tutorial to explain what a depth map is, okay? And so what it really, and you're going to see that completely. It's going to become very clear as we go through. But what this is so what Daz does is it renders your color image, okay? And it puts that into a folder, and alongside of that color image, it renders a black and white image and puts that in. So that's what the canvas is. Daz looks at your image, looks at the depth information, because Daz knows that there's things in the foreground, the camera, and all of that. Daz knows where everything is, okay, in your scene. So it knows that this wagon with the broken wheel, okay, is behind the tree, and it knows that this tree is behind the wagon with the broken wheel. It knows that this grass is up in the foreground. Daz knows all that stuff. So what it does is it creates a depth map canvas and spits that out of Daz and alongside your regular render, okay? So you have both images. Now, the problem that Daz has is that Daz can't create a depth map unless there's geometry in the scene, okay? And so if I were to take this scene, now I turn the background, now if I turn the background layers back on, okay, what these background layers are, just think that if I try to simplify what I'm trying to say, is that if I put a plane behind this scene, okay, and cover the HDRI, we're okay, all right, we're all set. If I don't have a plane behind the scene or some kind of geometry behind it, like a wall to a house, or, you know, it just has to be, there can't be an HDRI there, okay? You can put that in later. You can re-render it with an HDRI there if you want, okay? But when you go to generate the depth map, you have to have an HDRI there, okay? I mean, you have to have a plane or something. Now, what this background image is, it's a circular, this is a circular cylinder that's going around the scene. As you can see, the cylinder comes up to about here, okay? And it's a cylinder that has an image on it that is like foggy trees, okay? So there's no depth map in here right now, okay? All we have is our scene. As you can see, there's no fog in here. There's no depth map. She's just as clear as these branches in the back. Everything is all, looks like it's all the same. There's just no depth information, really. It looks 3D, but there's just, when you add little bits of fog, like back in here, into this, like behind this tree here, you add a little bit of fog in here, then it appears like there's more depth, okay? And that's what we're trying to do, is to learn how to make more depth in our scenes. And you will see that this is an amazing effect. Let me see if I can find my wizard effect. Open this and W. Let's see if I can find, yes. Now, this is a perfect example of an amazing depth effect. See this? See how amazing this is? Do you see this? You see, this is better than a VDB, because it see how there's little bits of fog down in here. It's like a little bit, there's layers of it, and it's like that. But when you get up really close, you can see there's no depth, because this is the black part of the depth map that's been laid over top of this. Okay, and this is the white part in the background. And so there's a black wizard in the depth map, okay, the black horse, but the horse is a little bit more gray, where the wizard is showing right up, but the horse is a little bit further back. So the horse is actually gray in the depth map. And as you get back in here, you have some white spots that come in through here. And this actual depth map, if I can, maybe I have it here. We go back. I don't see the actual, okay, render. Okay. All right. So this is how this is kind of working. This one is a large one. Okay. This is really like very high resolution of this. And you can see that, like, look in here. There's like, it contours your scene. So, all right. So we are here. So what you do, Anus, and anyone else who is here, is you just make your scene the way you normally do, okay? There's nothing you have to do in Daz other than just go into your render settings and add this beauty and canvas. And when you go to render, Daz will make them, okay? It will make it will make 3 images instead of 2. And this beauty image, you don't really have to worry about that one, okay? What you just want is this depth image, okay? And you have to put the beauty in one to get the depth one to come right. Apparently this beauty image, is your image. It's the image that, with all the color and stuff, but you have to, when you switch on canvases, you have to add your image and then the depth image. But then it's really weird. It creates 3 images, but you just kind of, at least for now, I don't know, I don't understand this, but I just ignore the beauty image that it creates because it's not really fully color. It's kind of weird. Okay, so you just create your scene the way you want. And if your scene is kind of like this, where it's, you know, it's got depth, where you can see the mountains in the background, and I don't mean HDRI mountains. I mean like physical mountains, you know, like where you use either Terradome or Ultra Scenery XT, where you have actually mountains. And what'll happen is, if you have an HDRI in your background, all of this will come out sharp in your, like this tree will be sharp. And now see where this grass is and all? That's all part of it's like a cyclorama. It's a cylinder that goes around the scene. I can show this to you, I think. We go to perspective view, and then we'll select the background layers. And let's see what we can do. Background layers, background. What if we do this like this? Okay, see this? This is, there's 2 of them. These are just cylinders around the scene. This is our scene here with the trees and all in the middle. And they're cylinders, okay? So we have geometry in the background of our scene, okay? Now, if I go back to the camera view, and if I turn these off, then what we have in the background of our scene is an HDRI. This will not work with... That's okay. You are allowed to change the subject. I will try to bring the subject... I'll try to answer your question and bring the subject back into focus again. It's okay. We can, that if I didn't want people to change the subject, I wouldn't be live right now, okay? So we're still in a live environment and we're able to do this. Now, when you render if I were to render this with no geometry, just the HDRI in the background, then the depth map that it creates, okay, it will be like along the edges, it'll be beautiful right until it gets up to here. And then once it gets up where there's no geometry behind it, the depth map will have like this, like speckles in the edge. It's like, it looks like noise along all the edges, okay? And you can't have that with your depth map. So what you need to do is put some kind of plane, just when you so you could render your scene with your HDRI in the background and then turn on your depth map and just put any kind of plane in behind it, okay, in order to create your depth map. And because this part here is going to be white anyway, all this in the background is going to be mostly white, okay? So you have to, that's the rule of creating a depth map, a really nice depth map in Daz Studio, is that Daz can only create a depth map if you have like if you have a plane in behind here, and behind all your geometry here, so that it's geometry, 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 and then in the background is geometry and not HDRI, okay? So then you can create your depth map. I know that's kind of a little bit odd, and it's makes things more complicated, but that's the way it works, okay? And I don't know of any way around that. Now, there might be where this, okay, when we go into our environment, I haven't tested this out, okay, but when we go into our environment options, go to parameters, and we go to, all right, I've got Gemini popping up on my phone. Just a moment. It thinks that I'm talking to it. Now, when we go into our environment options, if I were to switch this, it says infinite sphere. If I were to switch it to a finite sphere, would that still happen? I don't know, okay? I haven't tested that out, okay? But I just know that, and I believe a finite sphere is probably also now, but the finite sphere may actually be geometry, okay? Where the infinite sphere is a projection. Now, if the finite sphere is actually geometry, yes, well, this is I haven't myself, but if this is the case, if the infinite sphere is just a projection, where the finite sphere is actually geometry, and we could test this out, okay? We're going to take this, and we'll put the finite sphere here, and then we'll render this. Okay, so we'll render this. Now, remember we have our canvas is turned on with beauty and depth, okay? So it's going to create our render. We're rendering this at 2000 by 1000, so 16 by 9 by 1125, okay? So, and we've got the this set up so the maximum samples, maximum time, and we have the render quality off, so it will just keep rendering and rendering until I stop it, okay? So that, but this is at 2000, so it's gonna, like I said, spit out 3 images. It's gonna spit, it's not any different. You just make your scene the way you normally make your scene, but right before you render it, you go into your render settings, okay? And you add the beauty canvas and you add the depth canvas, and then you render, okay? And that's what we're gonna do, okay? So we're gonna render it, okay? And it's no different. The only thing is that Daz Studio spits out 3 images instead of 1, okay? And so we're going to render this. Now we have, we don't have any geometry behind our trees except the finite sphere, okay? Now, we're going to find out if that finite sphere is geometry, okay? And if it is, that solves a ton of problems, okay, with this depth map. Because then you can just put your HDRI on the finite sphere. It looks the same. It doesn't look any different. It looks exactly the same. It's just that maybe this finite sphere is technically geometry. It's not a projection, okay? And that's the difference. It's the nature of those two different aspects, okay? So we're up to almost 1,000 iterations. Oh, we are up to 1,000. Okay, so what we do is we go to our render and cancel it now. Yes. Okay, and now what we're going to do, it says this is called Wildwood. I just pulled that name out of my head. And so it says with background. And now this one we're going to say with finite sphere. Okay, and we're going to save this here. And what you're going to see now when I go into the folder that I saved it at, which is here. Okay, now I've saved a few other ones. Okay, now I have the Wildwood. Okay, this one is with no background. Okay, let's see. So what I did was I turned off that cylinder, that giant cylinder. I just turned it off, and this is an HDRI in the background. Okay, this is an HDRI, an infinite HDR, not the finite infinite HDRI. So this is an infinite HDRI, and if you'll notice, it created my render, then it created a folder. And you see, this uses the same name. It says Wildwood, no background. See this one? It says Wildwood, no background, underscore canvases. This one says Wildwood with background, underscore canvases. And this one says Wildwood with finite sphere canvases. Yeah, so this is very interesting. And so what now in these folders... Okay, so this is my regular render, okay? These are my regular renders, and this one is a Photoshop edit, and this one is also a Photoshop edit. So, but these 3 are the 3 renders that came. So we have Wildwood with background, and this is the one with the cyclorama background. Why are these not closing on me for me? Okay, I got a bunch of these open. Let's close this down. Okay, so this is the Wildwood render with the cylinders around it, okay? So we have geometry in the background, okay? So this is Wildwood render with geometry, and you see we have, that one's called with background. And so what Daz, thank you very much, 3D Madness. Very, very kind of you. So this is Wildwood. Wait till you see what we're going to do with this, though, okay? See, because this is a nice render, but wait until you see what we're going to do with this. Now we have our Wildwood render. Now, these are Photoshop. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these in a new folder, and we're going to call these Photoshop. Okay, if I can spell. Photoshop edits. Okay, so we're going to take this. This is a Photoshop edit, and that's a Photoshop edit. These are Photoshop edits. We're going to move them here. So it's a little more simple. Okay, these are Photoshop. Kind of ignore that. So these are our 3 renders, and when I rendered these 3 images, Daz created these 3 folders. Inside of each folder is 2 files, okay? Let's open one, okay? And what we have, these are EXR files, why they're EXRs, I don't know, okay? But that means they're 32-bit. I think that's why, is because they are very, very high quality renders, okay? And ignore the beauty one. Okay, I don't know what to do with this. So we're just gonna, for now, we're just gonna act like it's not here. But notice this one says Wildwood Finite. Remember we just rendered this? And it says sphere, finite sphere, and it says canvas 2, and it says depth, okay? That is our image, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're going to now test this out. This is the new one we just rendered. Okay, let's open this back up. Go up one. And Photoshop is closed. So now we're going to open Photoshop. Let's view this with extra large icons. Now this is the one with the finite sphere. Now we're going to find out if our finite sphere is our finite sphere geometry, or is it just another weird projection, okay? And we're going to find that out for sure, okay? Because if it is geometry, we're going to have a beautiful, beautiful depth map. If it is not geometry, we are going to have a hideous depth map, okay? So the first thing we do is we open this image with Photoshop, open with, and just have it open in Photoshop, okay? Or GIMP, okay? This GIMP will do the same thing that this will do, okay? I'm just showing you how to use it in Photoshop because that's what I'm familiar with doing, and that's what I spent 6 hours last night, 8 hours last night working on. So this is our image opened in Photoshop. Nothing special here, okay? It's just our image, okay? And actually, this one, she's actually showing her feet. These ones, her feet are buried in the, and I'll probably re-render these. So now we have. So in fact, I'm probably going to delete these because I do want to re-render them. Okay, so we're just going to delete these for now. And all we're working with is the one with the finite sphere for our background, okay? And now we go into here and we take our depth map and we right click on it and open with, and open this in Photoshop as well. Okay, so I have my Photoshop set to be, okay, and it'll pop up with this open. I don't know the difference. As alpha, as transparency, I always just click OK as transparency and it works. Okay, so this is our depth map. Okay, isn't it beautiful? But as soon as you see something happen here, what we're going to do is, Pat, you have a wonderful day today. It was very nice of you to come in as long as you could stay. Very much so. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Take care. And yes, have a lovely day, rest of your day today. Thank you for coming in. Very wise. Watch this later on. Watch this through. You will learn something very massive, okay? So I'm going to go to Image, Adjustments, and we go down to HDR Toning. It says it will flatten the document. That's okay. Now watch what happens, okay? And I can tell you right now, we have a hideous, okay? See, this is what happens. And this is kind of good because then I don't have to go into this with the so now we know that the finite sphere is not geometry either, okay? Because if you look at this, see everything is beautiful here. See how sharp? Let's zoom in a little bit on this. Okay, when we zoom in on this, everything that has geometry behind it, like see this has the trees behind it, it's beautiful. It's nice and sharp. Even I didn't render this, I only rendered it at 2000, But notice all this is sharp. Her hand is sharp around the edges until you get to where, and this is sharp. You see, obviously there's something in this, there's geometry up until you get there. And then what's behind this? It's our finite sphere. What's behind all of this? The finite sphere. And the finite sphere, the geometry begins here and comes all the way down. So there's geometry behind that. Look how beautiful it all is. See this? So what do? Well, you put some geometry behind it. You have to put a plane behind it all, okay? And then your depth map, and I'll tell you, this will look horrible as trying to use a depth map for the purpose it's supposed to be used for. This is all supposed to be just perfectly sharp, okay? It's supposed to be perfectly sharp. We've got the trees here, all of our trees, and her arms and her hair, it all came out terrible, except where there's geometry behind it. See, this tree here, that's in our scene. This is a tree in our scene. There's geometry behind it all the way until you get there. Then in behind it is the finite sphere. So why am I telling you this? Why am I showing you this particular anomaly? Because if you run up against this anomaly and all of a sudden your HDRI your depth map looks terrible, you need to know why and how to fix it. So what you would do is you would just go back to your scene, and in this case, you could just put a plane behind it, okay? And stretch the plane out, put an image on the plane. You could just leave the plane white, or you could leave the plane black. It doesn't matter, just as long as there is some kind of geometry behind it all. Well, luckily this scene has these background layers, okay? So if I turn them on, and we'll go back and take a look at our perspective view, just so in case you forgot what they looked like. Luckily, our scene has these background layers. And so as we turn them on, and now see these background layers, they were turned off, okay? And I turned them back on. And what are they? They are geometry, okay? This finite sphere way in the background, I don't know, this is some kind of projection or something. It is not geometry. But as long as you put something, and you're going to see why it's important to make depth maps, okay? And how awesome they are to work with. And then we're going to work with vignettes. And we don't have to do anything. We don't have to turn on any vignettes or save any vignette maps or anything like that in Daz. Vignettes are created completely in Photoshop, okay? The depth map is spit out by Daz, okay? And if you want, and in order for the depth map to be spit out properly, there has to be geometry in the entire scene. It's like, well, you could have said that from the beginning. I don't think it would have made sense if I had. So, and without showing you what happens, okay, when you don't have geometry in your scene. So now we can go back to now, like I said, we could just put a plane in behind all of the trees and put, an HDRI on that. Or we could put some kind of image on it, a star field, stars, anything in behind there that would be geometry, okay? And a plane, of course, would do that. You could put a sphere around your whole scene, okay? That would do it too. It's geometry, okay? So we're going to now go, so in order for your depth map to be sharp and perfect, you have to have some geometry and not an HDRI behind your scene. It's no big deal. To me, it's not, because you know what? I don't put HDRIs in the background of my scenes because they're not sharp enough. Thank you for the love, people. HDRIs are not sharp enough. Thank you kindly, very kindly for the love. So, yes, to me, HDRIs don't have enough detail in them because they're so far away. And I prefer to put planes behind my scene. Art is here. Art, you are going to enjoy this. You missed part of the beginning of this, but you were here yesterday for a lot of this. So after yesterday's tutorial, it was 5 o'clock. I went until 5 in the morning working on this to learn how to do this. And I was jumping back and forth. I went out and bought that. Now, I believe that this depth program here, this program, it's so much not what you want because it's for like, I believe you have to render your scene in 3D Light for it to even work right, okay? So there's just a lot of issues with this, okay? And like I said, there's this banding issue. And remember, I don't know if you were here yesterday, Art, when we had all that banding issues. We had the banding issues with the with our vignettes, where the vignettes had these kind of like gradient and it looked horrible. Okay, well, I've figured out how to completely fix that. And also this particular Depthmap Maker, it puts depth maps out in 8-bit, okay? And yes, and so I think Pat may have stepped out. But that was very nice of you to greet everybody. Pat, Art, very kind of you and nice. So this is 8-bit, and so we're going to get 8-bit out of this program. You're going to get a depth map that isn't smooth. It doesn't go from black, smooth, all the way back to white, okay? And that's what you want, okay? So now what we're going to do is go back to our camera view, and now that we have a... and you might say, well, this is a nice render, okay? Somebody already said that this is a nice image, okay? I think it is, okay? But what's not nice about it is it's just it goes off into this kind of foggy world, but it's like abrupt, okay? It's like there's no fog in here at all. And then it's like foggy, okay? It's like the fog rolled in behind, but there's none in here. And what we want is fog in here. We want a little fog here and a little fog here. And we want fog in behind, we want a little fog coming in around the rock, in the front. We want the fog to contour the land. And that's what the depth map does. So now that we have this... now that we have geometry behind our scene, we can just hit render, okay? It's that simple. We have our scene done. We just need to render it now with the geometry behind the scene. And what's this doing? It's rendering our regular image, okay? But when we go to save the image, it's going to spit out I just got to stop saying that because it's kind of gross. It's going to output our regular image here, and it's going to output importantly our depth map. Okay, it's going to output 2 images. Okay, so and now we're going to get to see what this depth map looks like when it has geometry behind it. Okay, and what is it going to look like? It's going to look very, very nice. Now, I could have just put a plane behind here, okay, and made the plane white, or put a plane with an HDRI on it, okay. So, which is how I make my scenes, as you all probably know that I've always put planes behind my scenes with HDRIs on them. So so it really doesn't impact my work. You can still use the HDRI is still showing on her, okay? We still have the HDRI in the scene. It's still coming down over those And I actually, the reason why she has light on her like this is because I have a spotlight coming down on her and lighting one half of her face. Okay? So we still have the HDRI coming in and lighting all of these trees. This isn't an image behind her. These are actual trees. They're 3Ds. This is a rock with moss on it. These are, this is a ground plane, bumpy kind of ground. Okay? Okay, so we're already up to 2000 now. So we can cancel this. And when our render pops up, now the last one we rendered, I would have rendered this longer, her hair kind of, and I would have fixed her hair. Her hair looks kind of a little grayish to me, and I think it needs less shine. But okay, we're not going here for the scene perfection. We're going to use this to learn about depth maps. So now this Wildwood render is not with the finite scene. This is with a geometry, with a geometry background. So really, so far, okay, in order to do this, and I know I've drawn this out and now it seems like it's like impossible, that would be too hard to do. It's not, because all I've done here, okay, now I'm going to say, and I'm saving it into my Wildwood folder, okay, it's my work in progress folder. So I'm going to click save. And okay. Now, all I've done here is create a scene and made sure that I had geometry in the background, so it wasn't an HDRI. And then I went into the render settings and clicked on canvas and added this beauty one and added depth. That's it. And then I clicked render. Okay, that's it. So, and you go into the folder. Okay, now we're going to go back up because that was our other one. Now we have two render files. One is with the geometry background, and see, that's the folder it created. And this is Wildwood with the finite sphere. That's the one that came out horrible. So what we're going to do is, remember, see how terrible it came out? It anywhere where there was no geometry behind it, it created these little speckles along the edges. That doesn't look good, okay? And where there's geometry, like there's a tree behind there, so this came out good. But then there's no geometry here, and you can see, and also when we go over to Our Lady here, there's no geometry, but there's geometry from here down with her dress. That looks good. But there's no geometry behind her because it was the HDRI in the background instead. So all of those places where the HDRI was in the background didn't come out right. That's the way Daz Studio is, okay? When it makes your depth map, this black and white depth map, when it makes it, I'm going to show you what we do with this map, okay? When it makes your HDRI depth map, it has to have geometry in the scene, okay? In the whole scene, background, foreground, everywhere, okay? Okay, so now we're going to close this image because we're not going to use that. And we're going to close this image. This is actually the same image, but we'll close it anyway. No, it's not, because actually that image doesn't have our cylinder background. Okay, so now we open this up, now this is the one with a geometry background. So we open this up, open with Photoshop. Now this is where it starts, the magic happens, okay? This is where we can actually get in and start to process. So this is our render with the geometry background, okay? And so we go now to our folder that Daz Studio created, okay, with our depth map inside of it, because we turned on the canvas. That's all we did, was turn on the canvas. Now, like I said, it creates this beauty one. Just ignore that one. So we right-click on this one, open this with Photoshop. Okay, and we're gonna get a white map again, okay? And say you use it as transparency, click OK. So we get this white map. Now, there's two ways to fix the map, okay? And you can choose which one. I kind of prefer the second one, but I'll show you the first one. We go Image, Adjustments, Exposure. And if you see where this says Exposure, it's highlighted when it pops up. You just type in -13, and look what happens, okay? So it's overexposed because it's 32-bit. But look at what we have now. Look at how sharp. Now, it would be sharper along the edges if I'd rendered it at like 4K, but I only rendered it, I think, at 2000, okay? Now, it looks like we have a problem here. I don't think our geometry goes all the way up, okay? I think it's going to be okay. You know, it's not. See, the geometry, we can see where the geometry stops. So we go back to our render here, and there's something wrong here with this scene. So let's see. Perspective. I think what's happening is when we look at this straight on. Okay, so if we take this background layer, back when we have it selected, and what if we move it up a little bit like that? Let's see what our scene looks like with that up a little higher. Okay, Control 9. Let's go into it might be because this, as you notice, there's a transparency here, so that okay, Control 9, come on. Control 9, Control 9. Take me into okay. You see how this turns into a transparency up here? And once it's a transparency, it may not actually, that may not be considered geometry anymore, because it's not there in a way, kind of, sort of. I don't know. But let's go back to our camera view now, and let's see what this looks like here. Oh, I think I've just changed my camera view. All right, so I did, and I didn't have it locked. So let's see if I can Control Z. Yeah, okay, I'm back. Let's lock my camera. And we'll go to Favorites. And Most Used, lock the camera. Okay, we have more grass here, but it would seem as though maybe we have less transparency up top. Let's do another render. Okay, so we just click render, and then we go into here, into our Photoshop. See, it's better now. All of the trees are fine until we get up to about here, and even her hair. See, you can see geometry is here, no geometry there. Okay, so it's a test. If you're, and look at how sharp this came out, though. Okay, this is how you need it to come out. And if you also notice that there is, it looks like there's banding here, like that the black is coming in steps. It's not. This is because the ground has rocks and areas, and you see in between it's coming in and going out and going in. This is all very, very, very precise. Now this looks like banding here, but I think again it's because of the shape of the rocks. Because like when we come up the tree here, I don't see any banding at all. So I'm not sure, but I don't believe that this is actually banding. Okay, So I think this is because there's bumps on the ground. You can see it's yeah, because you see as it comes through here, like it goes up, like banding doesn't do that. Banding just kind of band. This is actually, this layer is bumpy and this one is bumpier, you see? So this is not banding, okay? And even this, as you can see, it comes in, but it cuts over and cuts down. That's because this rock has different bumps and areas. It's the thing drawing detail into, so that the ground can have little patches of fog along in each little area is look at this. This is little areas of fog, okay? So now we're rendering here. Let's see if this works. Where are we now with our Daz? How many iterations are we at? Okay, so we can cancel this now. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna delete our maps. Okay, delete all of our maps here. This was with the finites. Just get rid of these. Come into Photoshop. Delete this. I mean, turn that, yeah. Close that. Close this. And we come back in here. And now we should be able to save our image with a geometry background. Hopefully it's actually a geometry background and not partial. Okay. So now we come back in here, and now this is what Daz just created. It created our render image, and it created a folder with our, so we right click on this, open with, and open this one with Photoshop. Yes. And I go into this folder, find my depth file, right click, open with, and I hope I moved that up high enough. Yes. If there's no geometry, okay, as a transparency, now we go back into here and we go to our adjustments, and I'm going to show you the other way to do this. This is called HDR toning. It will flatten the document, that's okay. And look what we have. Now we go to equalization, equalize histogram. Now look at this. You see? And this does look like banding, but again, each layer is shaped kind of, so it's not banding. This is the curvature, this is the geometry of the rock, because banding wouldn't do that. It wouldn't. This is to give the rock little bits of fog coming across it. Okay, it's not banding. This is the shape of, because you'll notice some things like her black dress. Okay, it's just black. It's not as it comes up through, and I don't see any problem with her hair now at the top of her hair. And we go all the way up to the top of the image, and now there's none of that. Now, if I rendered this, again, I don't believe this is banding. So now what we do is we zoom out of this, and this is where the magic happens, okay? So we select all, which is Control A. Okay, why didn't that show up? I'm not sure. It should say Control A. So I hit Control and hit A once. Then I hit Control C to copy this. And we come over to our image here and then Control V and paste it over top. And now you see in here we have two images. Okay? This is the magic, people. Okay? And then all you do is select this normal here where it says normal. And instead you select screen. And look at what we have now. Okay? Now we have our image here with our all this sharpness, like in behind here. Notice that there behind this was just, now if I turn that off, see it. Good afternoon, Angus. Welcome, 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 friend. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Very, very, very nice. All of us together here. So today we're working on some of the things that we worked on yesterday. All right. Well, Crypto, it's good to have you here. Ed. Nice to have you here. Yes, and Mr. Art. Very nice. So, all right. So after yesterday's tutorial, I worked from that. You think sitting 5 hours for yesterday's tutorial? I think it might have been 4 hours and something yesterday. Well, I worked till 5 in the morning to figure all of this out. Okay, and we're just getting into the really, really good stuff. Okay. We're just getting, because, you know, that other stuff was kind of like how to make Daz make a depth map and how to get the depth map right so that it doesn't have those problems, okay? And when we turn this off, you see how sharp this depth map is. This map is just gorgeous, okay? But the thing is when I turn this other image on like this, it's like maybe I don't want her in fog as much. And there's, because this is an image now, this depth map is an image, we can put a mask on this, all right? And then, I just clicked on this little mask thing, and you notice what this mask is shaped like. It's shaped like a square with a little circle in it, okay? And the reason why it's shaped like that is because you can paint areas out of here. Yes, so yes, this fog, and the thing about the fog is the fog has depth. Like, if I put a VDB in here, it would just be kind of like wherever you stick it, you know? But this fog is contouring the ground. So like what I can do with this image here is and this is kind of so all I did was put this, paste this depth map over top of this image here and then select screen. But then when I put this mask here, this mask, anything that's black is going to show right through. Rain in this corner and drying off in my corner. Oh no, maybe somebody's been out for a walk today. That's very nice. I haven't, because I have been preparing this video today. So what we're going to do here is select our brush tool, okay? Because we're going to draw here, okay? And this is where you're going to see the magic. And then we're going to transition into vignettes, and wait till you see what we can do with vignettes. You will not believe this, how we're going to alter this image now that we have our depth map, okay? So, because what I can do with this depth map, okay, let's take a look at this map again, is I can make parts of it more black. And if I make parts of it more black, they're going to have less fog. Like, I don't want her as foggy, okay? I don't want fog in front of her, okay? I want her to stand right out. I don't want fog here. I don't want fog in this area. But I might want more fog in here, okay? And more fog up in here, and maybe a little more. So you can paint. Yeah. Rain in this corner. I hope you are having a wonderful meal, Angus, today. And I've been in the fog for a while. Yes, well, that is what we are working on. This is to give your renders a sense of depth, okay? So what we can do now, see, it's just she's got too much fog on her. Why this came out like this, it doesn't, it's why it's so foggy here. And I just wonder if I did this right. We go copy this. Let's do this, come back in here again. Why did it copy so white looking here? Let's delete this again and paste that on. Okay, now this one, see, I think I just pasted an old one because now this looks different. Now I put the mask on. Okay, oh, we go to screen and it changes it a bit. Okay. All right, okay. So now actually this looks a little better, but I might want a little more fog in here. Now, if you can see, my brush is very large. If I start painting on here, and what I'm painting with is black. You see this color down here in the left-hand corner? The top one is what my brush is going to color. So if I hold the alternate key and I right-click, and I move over and back and forth, it changes the size of my brush, okay? Now, what you want to do is you want to paint with it, paint with your brush being, okay, maybe make it a little bigger. And if I paint with black, it's going to get rid of the fog, okay? And so what I want to do is come in here, okay, and just maybe Z. Okay, let's take and if I move it up and down, it gives me feathering, okay? It feathers it. So here, and okay, Z. And if I, excuse me, if I take the opacity down, okay, to about here, then what I can do is just come in and bring out some of this other stuff here. See a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Okay. Now, isn't that kind of magical? But then say, okay, I'd like to have a little bit more fog in here. So we come here and instead we paint white. Depthmap should be used as a mask. That's what I'm kind of doing here. This is a mask here. And so when I bring this in, now if I paint white in here, okay, this isn't working. Oh, I might need to bring up the opacity a little bit. Okay, sure that Depthmap should be used as a mask. I believe that is what I'm using here. I'm putting a mask over the Depthmap. Now, if I were to now, okay. Now, I think, okay, we go with the black. All right, because now we have layer 2. Now, everything black. Okay, so what you're saying, Tony, is to just use this map itself and see, this is kind of non-destructive, how I'm doing this with, by not using, okay, by using the map over it. See? And now I have to bring this opacity down again. Put a little bit of this in here. And now, but the, okay, the white part, okay, now if we go over the black part here, over this part, and make this more black, more white. Okay, so if we change this one, and let's make this a little bit bigger. Now, yeah, see now how I can bring some of the fog in here and bring it in through here? That's a little bit too much. Z. Let's make it, because let's bring the fog. Okay, okay, I switch this to white. Okay, and we can bring this in. Oh, we are on the wrong layer. Okay, bring some of this in like that. And bring a little bit of depth in here. Paste Control plus V, depth map in the layer mask. Okay, see, okay, in the layer mask, Control plus V. Okay, so that just put another layer here. Okay, see, now we don't have the same thing, though. We're in the normal mode. And if I were to then go back, yeah, yeah, see, I think I'm doing this with a different approach. I'm not sure. Yes, this is in Photoshop. Yeah, see, this just duplicated another layer, which I already kind of have here. And so now I would have to then go back to the screen dodge. And it would be just kind of like doing the same thing, just adding now. And we make this a little bit smaller. So it's still the same kind of thing. It's just using a different map to do it. And then we could take her and could add just, well, see, this is really strong kind of. It takes a little bit of artistry. You kind of have to play with this to and work with it. Now we add more white here and a little more white in here. And we could just kind of obscure her a little bit more. The more I put white, the more it brings the fog in. See, it was doing the same thing with this. If I just click this map, it's going to do the same thing in there by adding white. It's going to do the same thing. So it's kind of I feel like it's really the same thing. It may be more destructive, but not really, because I have the map right here if I ever need to go back to it. Just switch back and forth. Yeah, yeah, see this, this is the map where we add the white. Okay, and if I switch this to black, see, it's just a matter of, and this is the mask where we can add, so we just add the black here. Oh, and that would be here. Okay, so we go to black here. And if I add black, it's going to make this particular map less. Okay, I've got the opacity way down, but this is the way you really want it, so you can kind of do things, okay, gradually. And then you switch to this one, and you want it to be white here. And just add little bits of white in here. And so, yeah. Okay, so there we go. And now, and so as you can see, we're using this, we're working on this map. And we're just basically, and the only thing, I think there's something, you're right about something, Tony, because I don't really feel comfortable actually editing the actual map here. So it might have been better to copy it so that I wasn't editing the, I just don't feel comfortable editing the actual map, and that it should be like masks where I'm adding black and white and everything. And maybe it might have been better to have created a layers map, a levels map or something. I'm not sure. But at this point, this gives us the kind of foggy thing that we want. We can kind of obscure this rock a little bit. And this is all that depth map that's doing this for us, okay? And then we can come in here with a little bit of black. Okay, with this one, with this map here, and go black. And we can kind of take some of this out here in the very foreground. It kind of works together so that we have a little bit more detail from our scene in here. So it's kind of interesting how this works. We take a little bit of this out. And this is how we take some out. And this here maybe. And have our dress kind of so, yeah, it's not affecting the, okay, so, and a little bit in here maybe. All right. Make a new normal layer with the depth map. I think I've pretty much kind of got this done, you know, this part. Because what we're going to do, yeah, see, because my knowledge of Photoshop is very, very limited, okay? This is working. It's like at this point, I can come in through here and I can bring up my map and I can obscure it, okay? And it's working in this with this very simple apparatus. This is one and the other, where one is the mask and the other is the image. And if I put black on the image, it brings out the image. So make a new normal layer map with a depth map. Yeah, see, that's what this is the normal layer map with a depth map, and then I added a mask. Then the channels tab. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, in the now that would be yes. That would be yeah. See, we have the layer mask here in the channels tab, but it's not turned on. That would be for depth of field. Right now we're using that. This is kind of as a fog. So. And maybe a little, it just takes artwork here at this point, okay? It takes being an artist and getting it just right so that it looks right. And bringing, and so that's what it takes here is just some art. This works, this particular pattern that I've used here. It works to do this, to kind of give you just a little bit of fog in here. And so, yeah. So, I mean, this is working. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a vignette. Okay, and so the way we do this is we click on this little circle here. So I pretty much, I think this ends that the, and Tony, I think has some really, is much more knowledgeable about Photoshop than I am, but this is working, okay? We're able to bring in our, we're able to either bring in our, work with the depth and bring in the foreground a little bit, or or add the depth map in, okay, or subtract it by using this particular method. It works, okay, to add the depth map or subtract the depth map, and that seems to be working. So then. So now what we're going to do is work with a vignette. And so what we're going to do is click this little circle down at the bottom and click on levels. And what that does is it creates two maps here, okay? It creates the levels apparatus thing, and it also creates a mask. And so this is the way to do vignettes, okay? It's not necessarily with an image, but it's to do it with our with this particular setup. And what you do now is you bring down your level here, so it's about like here, okay? Maybe even a little more. Bring it down like that. And then you come in here and you use your brush, make sure it's black, and you start, and what you want to do is set your brush to be sharp, okay? And then put your opacity up like all the way. And then come in through here. Go like this. Like that. And then let's kind of just round it out a little bit more. Okay, like this. And then we could kind of bring this in like this a little bit. Like this maybe. Okay, and like that maybe. Okay, and then what we do is we go to our feathering, and you feather this. You see that? And we can go back and forth to our levels. We can make it darker. Like that. And we can come back into levels and feather it a little more. And there is a dynamic vignette. You can pretty much just keep coming in here and doing stuff with this. I would say we'll go back in here and make it even more profoundly dark. And we can also bring this up. No, this here. Well, that's not doing anything, but okay. Then we go back into our levels here. We can feather it a little more. And it's a black and white image, so you can pretty much come in here and then switch to white. And just kind of take some of this out, like up in here. See that? And then we can go into our mask here and bring this maybe up a little more. Not sure why that's, I think you can also add contrast, a contrast map, okay? So you can go into brightness contrast here, and you can do the same thing with this by painting into it. See what that does. Black with black. Okay, and well, that's kind of odd. Now I think I've messed this up, I think, by using white on there, but maybe not. Delete. Let's just delete that out. Hide it. Okay, because now I don't think I was supposed to use white here, but let's do our levels over again. Let's do our we'll go back into levels, and then we take our black here. Okay, we have to take and bring this down so we can't see what we're doing. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. And then we feather this. And we go into our levels here. Bring this in a little more. Okay. So that is, thank you, Art. Thank you very much. See, and if we take these off, this is what we have. So we go from this scene, which this background is like, that's an image in the background, so it's not really, our scene is this. It's all just crystal, like kind of like too clear. And this brings us into something like this. So, and what part of it is a depth map, and you can still come in here and mess with this depth map. Now the black area, so we can just kind of, oops, now my brush is really strong, Z. We can go bring our opacity down a little bit and kind of just take some of these areas and make them a little more clear. It's up to you how you want to do this. So you're the artist, but you have these different areas and you can just come in and kind of paint them up a little bit here. So yeah, that's it. So this is depth maps, Daz depth maps, and Photoshop vignettes. And that is what we have here. We have this Now I think I think making that rock kind of distracts. So if the rock is too there, then it distracts from her a little bit. So we can just come in here now with this instead and paint with a little bit of white instead. And put some more of this fog in here. However you, okay, that's just like a lot. There's like no feathering to it. Let's see, opacity. Let's go with a little bit less. Oh, I'm back over here. Okay, we want to paint with white, okay, in here. Bring that down a little bit more. Okay, and we can just come in here with a little bit more of this fog. Just kind of work. You're the artist. You do it the way you think works best for you. We're just adding more. And see, this kind of makes, I think Tony was right about this, because it looks like I'm kind of being destructive to to this map here. And you're not supposed to destroy your map here. So I'm not sure that I'm actually doing this right part right here. Because it looks like I'm actually drawing right on my on my map, and it's not, and then you lose the detail. So I don't think and I also haven't welcomed Tony. Welcome, Tony. I don't know that I've ever had you in here. Welcome into the chat. It's very nice to have somebody who knows Photoshop, because I am not. I just spent an entire evening just to learn these few little things here. So we take this back out and let's put back in. Let's paste back in our copy. Paste this back in, and then we put it back on our screen. Okay, and it looks nice with that vignette there, but I think having a little bit of that painted in here. So I think what we do is I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Because you put a mask here. Okay, I think what you do is you duplicate this layer. Control D, I think. All right, we'll just paste another layer. Okay, we'll put two masks here, one there, and one there. And we'll set them both to screen. To normal mode, okay. Okay, now, then the channel tab. So what we would do is leave them at normal and then start painting. Let's turn one of them off. So everything black here would allow, on this mask, would allow it to come through. Why isn't that? Oh, because it's white? I guess now. Let's see what happens when we paint black onto it. See, the thing is, it's right now, it's showing everything. Channels. Okay, they're in normal mode now. See, that's not what I was taught that these needed to be set to screen. Okay, that's what I've been taught with, but I'm not. But I think there are other ways to do the same thing. So, but what's really weird? Okay, this layer mask. So if we switch this to black and we start to paint on this, what happens? Okay, it's not painting on the oh, I don't have the mask painted. Z. We go to this, okay? See, that's not working. Oh, it's putting... I've got to put the opacity up. Okay. All right. Now what? Okay, there's... See, it's not laying across this scene correctly. These have to be set to screen. Okay. Let's just get rid of this again. Paste this in. Okay, add our mask. They have to be set to screen because that's what makes them lay across the scene the right way. But now turn this on and set this to screen. And now, oh, okay. Now I just thought of something. What you do is you go back into this map. Oh, okay. You go to this map and duplicate it, V, and turn that one off for now. And I can take this map and go to Image, Adjustments, Layer, Levels, okay? And what we can do is then change how, like gray, like the amount of grayness. So this brings the fog up in, but then you can change like the mid-range. Okay, but bring this in like this. So that, okay, because remember the black is what you're going to see through. And now if we preview, that was before. And so she was like completely clear. This stuff is almost completely clear and everything in the background is almost gone. Okay. That's not really what we want in our scene. So if we bring this and we mess with this image, we can just, okay, we turn preview on now. We can decide how much of the background, like bring this white down, bring the black up. Oh no, this in here, bring this white down. And that basically makes, so if this is gray, then this in the background is going to show up more. So the more gray it is, okay, so you just kind of have to go in here, image, and mess with this image, edit the image until it seems to lay across your, because, see, I don't want her all, I want her a little subdued too. And So you kind of get the image so it's in the ballpark. Now this, because this is, like if this was all black, like here, like where I bring the black in, like now this, she's going to be completely shown. The grass, there's going to be no fog in the grass at all. See, so it really matters. It matters how you edit this before you bring it in, okay? So you have to kind of think and say, well, I want the background to show a little bit. I don't want it just white there. So you bring this down in to make the background a little bit gray, okay? And you bring it down to bring a little bit, but then I kind of want her to stand out more. So I can bring this down a little more, and the more I bring this down and bring this down, let's see which one, bring this up, then she becomes a little bit more black. So you just kind of have to get it right where you, sort of where you want it. So now this kind of looks better if I preview. Before it was like a lot of black in the front. Now it's a little more gray. There's a little bit more fog here. But also I've brought down the grayness so that the back isn't just white. So now we click OK, select all, and copy this. Bring this in. Let's get rid of these two. We'll turn off our vignette for now. And let's just delete these two. This one and that one. And now paste in our new map and set it to screen. And you see what that just did? It brought the back in a little bit. And now things are kind of more in the ballpark of where I kind of wanted them. I didn't want it quite so white in the background, but I wanted the fog to come up in here a little bit more. And the objective is to use the map to its fullest, because this map is very, very detailed. So then I can come in here to this map and add a mask. And then now if I add black to it, it's going to, so we could duplicate this and add another one. I'm not sure what I'm doing here now, but we could add two of them and add another mask. And now it's already white. Okay, I'm not sure exactly how that works because white is the nature of this is white is invisible, is white, and black is invisible. So, let's see. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. So, but okay, we just take this out, and I know that I can take and now edit this a little bit more. And if I switch on white, okay, while I'm selecting this image here, white, I don't know why it switches back. While I'm selecting that image, then I can come in here, okay, Z, set this down to, and see, I'm kind of back to that same thing now where, but I can just come in here and we're going to right click, alternate right click, make this a little bigger and make this a little bit feathery. And now just add a little bit more of the fog in here. Okay. Now turn back on our, and we could take this here and bring our black, our white up a little bit more. Yeah, so there it is now. So it really matters how this image looks. You can't, because I set it so that the blackest parts of the image were pure black and the white parts of the image were pure white. But maybe that's not what you want. Maybe you want the black parts to be kind of a little grayer, and you want the pure white parts to be, because pure white means it's going to be just white, okay? Black means you'll see the color through it, okay? It's not like white's going to be white and black's going to be black. It's black is where it lets the image come through. White is where it's white, okay? Where it's fog. So the thing is if you make the white kind of gray and the black kind of gray, then you end up with this kind of thing here happening. And now she looks like she's kind of like doesn't even fit in the scene. So we could take and select this again and just kind of put her in the scene a little bit more. Like that. So, and you could just take little parts of her, maybe her arms and hands, and make them stand out more. Maybe just her face a little bit by making this a little smaller. And going with black, I guess. I don't know. I think black. Make this a little bit smaller. Yeah, just make her face and hands kind of stick out a little bit more. So, yeah. This is how these work in Photoshop. You just take your images and bring them into Photoshop. Bring in this depth map. And then do as you just saw me do, create this levels thing. And the levels thing is, you can switch back and forth from your vignette map. And you see I've created this black, like sideways triangle. That's this. That's this area that doesn't have the vignette. And then I pulled up this feather because it was very sharp. It just like looked like a big kind of like that, like a big blob. And then what I did was when I pulled up this feather part, because remember the black is where you can see through and the white is where you can't. And so in this case, it's the opposite, where the white is the black part. And I can go into here and set how much of the white I want black. So if I bring this down in here, we can bring that in even more. See, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Now, when I go back to my Daz render, but before I brought all this in, and I still can do this. This layer is just this render. And it's like, I kind of think I would rather have, now the depth of field is off. This is not the Iray render. This is the Iray preview, but not the render. And the thing is that I could have also rendered all of these images much higher, like at 8K or 4K. And this was, I think, only at 2K. So that's, and Photoshop will then give you an even better looking image. This is at 100%, okay? So and when we go into image size, I think it's at 2K. Yeah, 2000 pixels. It's HD, but that's about it. It's not 4K or anything. But Photoshop will size up. And what's nice is when we look at this, let's turn this vignette, let's make it a little bit more apparent, okay? And now let's zoom in on this. And what don't you see? You don't see any banding. None. It's just as smooth as can be. Okay? I can see the digitalization, I mean the digitized the pixels, you know, before I see, and I don't see any banding. Okay? So the way to do vignettes is with levels, okay? And this is how you get the very, 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 very best vignettes. Now I do see a tiny bit of banding here. And that may be because of the feathering. We go back to, what was it here? If I feather that a little more. Now, so I do actually see some banding there. Yeah, so you just kind of, now this may be, we're zoomed in 495 right now. Now, what if I were to render this at, if I had rendered this at 4K, and this was a much larger image, I don't think you would see this banding. It's because we're zoomed way in. We can see the pixels, okay? That's how far we're zoomed. So yeah, once you get that far in, you're gonna see maybe some banding, but not like, but not out here. Not when you're at 100%. So yeah, no banding. You can't see that. So what I just wanted to emphasize, and what this density thing does, I don't know. Oh, it's how it's kind of like how black and white. It just kind of makes everything kind of gray, which is an interesting effect. So this is really nice right here. So yeah, people, this is good. We can feather our and like, what's nice is this vignette is that I drew it. So if I wanted a star, if I wanted a diamond, you see, I drew that just with the paintbrush. So if I wanted to have it a square, I could just draw a square in here and feather it. If I wanted to have a circle, I could just draw a circle and feather it. So yeah, it's really nice to have this ability. And this takes just some of it just kind of makes it all blend together. I would call it, like in music, you would call it compression. It just kind of flattens it out a little bit. And so, and we have some nice darkness here, and we have, it doesn't quite go white here, but if you want it to go white, you can go into this and paint that. I think that's already kind of contrasted out, but you can paint it. You can change these things here, because this image here, remember we set this image to be more gray. So if I come in here and paint it, bring in my brush. Okay, are we selected here? Yeah, we can make it more white. So I don't know if that's actually working. What's wrong here? Let's bring this up. Okay, well that's white. Okay, it's actually oh, I'm doing it the wrong way, I guess. I'm not sure that we can make it more white. And that's the thing, is that this is maybe why you want to have this image go from white to black, but maybe you don't want your black to be black because you can always bring the white back in. So you might want the white to always be white. You know, it's like once you start messing with this, you can kind of learn as you go. And it's these particular. See, we're not less necessarily putting white in the scene. This one, I guess we are. We're actually painting white, but I wish this is kind of ugly. This is how this is done here. This shouldn't. I shouldn't be painting right on the image. Okay, I should be painting on the mask. And so, and if I do paint the mask, you want to put black on the mask, and what that does is it allows. Okay, that's this. Okay, so but you see, if I paint black here, you see it gets rid of the fog. It gets rid of our depth map, but it doesn't go to white. And the reason why it doesn't go to white, actually that has to do with our rendered image underneath, because and also that we have this here, yeah. And so when we have so much feathering here, so we could come in with this black and just paint some of the black on the levels here and take some of this out. Where is that? Oh, it's white. We got to go to black. We could come in here and paint a little bit more black in here. See how it goes on that image? We could just kind of bring in a little bit more. So yeah, all right. I hope this was helpful today. We've done two things today. Don't get them confused. One of them is our depth map, and the depth map was outputted by Daz. Daz created our depth map, and this is it. This is the depth map. And you can come into Photoshop and you can edit this depth map to have whatever characters. If you want it white, then you just bring it white. If you want it to have, and so if you make it white, you can always paint black on it and bring it and tone it down. This is the map that. Welcome, Art. I hope you are enjoying this very much. And so now, if you have the map like this, then all the black part will not have any fog. Very good. Yes, so this is kind of like our finished. This is our finished product. This is what we started with, and we're able to just kind of come in. I don't know that I did this right because I'm broadcasting, and when I get into like doing stuff artfully and everything. Now, if I paint black on here, I can get rid of the depth map. See, so, and I can feather it. I can set my opacity so that I can just come in very gently and take some of this out. That's at 11 now. And so it's just barely taking the white out. A little bit in here maybe. You just decide where you want the white to be. You wouldn't want too much up in the front here. Okay, that's just usually a given. And you don't want too much on her because but you don't want her to pop out of the scene too much either. So you want her to be kind of in there. So this is how you do it. You can use this depth map to create depth in your scene. Now, there's also a way to use this depth map instead, not, in addition, you can copy the map, and then you can use this depth map to create depth of field. So if I click back here, it will focus here. If I click here, it will focus there. If I click here, it will focus there, because it's a depth map. Okay, so, and you can set that. I don't know how to do that yet. To me, that doesn't necessarily really appeal. It does appeal to me, but not in a massive way. But basically, I could just blur everything. After you're out of Daz Studio, if I had that depth map clicked, I could click on her face and everything else would blur, and you can set the amount of blur and all of that. And if I were to click on this rock, then she would blur, and the rock would. And if I would click on this tree, the rock would blur, and the tree would come into focus. That's what a depth map is. I hope I have imparted to you what a depth map is, because that, you can sit through this whole tutorial and not understand anything if you don't understand what a depth map is. So it's just like, it all sounds like something that you just can't, you're floating through the tutorial and you just don't understand anything, and I used to do that in algebra class. So, but the depth map is that the white is the furthest part in the scene. It looks at Daz, and Daz knows how deep everything is in the scene. Daz knows how far back the back tree is, this tree in the back. And so it creates this map that has depth, okay, in it. And the depth is displayed. I would suggest that, Crypto, is yes, brush up on your Photoshop skills, because, it's like our renders, yes, this is fine. I could just take this and put this into Daz Studio, okay? And if I was rendering this in Daz Studio, I would have done something like this maybe instead, because you really can't use the depth map in Daz, because Daz outputs the depth map when you render it. So you have to do this in post work, but you could go into your environment options here, go to parameters, and let's turn on the ground fog. And now look at that. See, so if I was going in Daz Studio, I would use VDBs, and I would use things to create depth. Okay? But if I just don't use those things, because like this fog, it's just kind of like, this fog is kind of like, it's not following the contours of the ground. Like if you go into this and look at our Photoshop picture, and we turn this fog back on, it's following the actual ground. It's like here and behind the tree. It's not like it's following the actual ground. And like if I wanted to bring this back in here, I could paint it right, and it's literally there in behind this little stub of a tree branch, and it's literally in behind the trees and all. And I could bring this tree out here with a little bit of black, and just bring this tree out, make it stand out more. Okay, this is the kind of thing that you can do with this, where this branch is out, but in behind it, there is fog. And and this is kind of more like just like blah, like a tsunami of fog. And then your VDBs are kind of the same way, because they're really not, the ground isn't interacting with them, okay? The ground is, they're just kind of going right through the ground, your VDBs, and hopefully you have them placed well to make them look like they're not coming right out of the ground. But the VDBs, but this depth map, and I'll go back to the wizard example here. And we're going to go to here. Wizard. This one. Look at, let's see. Look at this. You see, the depth map, it's part of the scene. It's not just this. It's not like this, okay? It's actually has depth, and this. So this is and what I did the same thing. I came in here in Photoshop, and I chose this rock, and I said, well, this is going to be kind of hidden. The horse is going to be a little bit behind, so he's going to be in the grayer area. The wizard's going to be in the black area. He's going to show right up. All this was black in here, okay? And then as you go back, it gets whiter and whiter. And I could pull this tree out and say, well, just paint a little bit of black in there, and this tree pops out of the depth map. We're just taking, but the depth map is made from the image itself. And that's what makes it really, really, really special. So, yeah, this is, so when you render your image, render a depth map, bring it into Photoshop. If it's the kind of image, and you know what, even if you're in a room, like you're in a room, like a kind of spooky room or whatever, you can use a depth map and have the back in behind your figure kind of go into white and go and have some depth, and then have your figure kind of stand out. It's another way of doing it without kind of blurring things. It's like a depth of field. It is depth of field, but with fog instead of with blur. And so you don't have to blur out your scene. You can keep all that beautiful detail in your scene. And what I love is this, like, you can see like that this fog in here is part of the scene. It's flowing with the land. It's flowing with the because like there's more fog in this area than up in here. It's just flowing with your scene. There's a little bit more in this. It's like the fog is flowing into the scene. It's just amazing. It moves with the contours of your scene. And so this was the first scene that I ever made that, and if you notice up here, there's a problem. It's like the grass looks a little bit kind of raggy. I believe the reason why is because I had an HDRI in behind here, and you can't really see it, but you have to make sure you have geometry. Like I said at the beginning of this, watch this. This video is the, I'm trying to make this to be the, authority or the concise go-to video for learning to use depth of field, these depth of field maps that Daz outputs, and to and to make really, really nice vignettes for your scene, okay, in Daz Studio. So in Photoshop. Now the vignette is made completely in Photoshop. I showed you how to do it, and you can, what's really nice is you can just take this vignette out and you can put it back in, like through, what was that through? How did I do that? Through this layer mask, I think. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the vignette is done through, no, the vignette is done through, okay, well, it did do the same thing. It put in a mask and the, so we bring down our, okay, I don't know what I just did there, but let's bring this in, go to levels, that's it. And now we bring our levels down to about halfway so that we can see our brush. And let's do a diamond vignette, okay? Or let's do a starburst, okay? So we go to our brush and we right click on here and right click there. And this is how we make our brush larger or smaller. Let's go like this. And then let's also make the brush hard. So we bring this down, up is, and down is the hard brush. Then we go all the way here. Okay, so that when we come through here, we're gonna cut, all right? Well, we're in the wrong place. Okay, all right, the brush is hard. Okay, so we come down through here. We're going to make a star. Okay. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Okay, and then we feather it. And look at that, see? And then we can come back to this and we can bring our, see that? This is just amazing. These vignettes, what you can do with this. And how long did that take me to do that? I just put that vignette and did that in about 10 seconds, 20 seconds. I made that vignette. That little star vignette. So it's just a way to make your figures pop. Now that's this, and this is without it, without that, and it's just like, just with the vignette alone. Look how nice that is. And then we bring this in, and what you can do is you can take this whole layer here and just bring the opacity down. If you don't want it to have too much effect, just a little bit. And the same with your vignette. You come in and you just bring the opacity down so you can just kind of set as much as you want in the scene, how much opacity you want that layer to have. So yeah. So these, the depth of field and vignettes. Now, there is one other thing. It's called filters. Okay, and just one moment. Okay, I'm having a hacking attack. So, and these are filters, and now this would be Filter Forge, is sold in the Daz store. Okay, Filter Forge. Now, This is FilterForge 11.0 for Windows. And this is FilterForge 11, FilterForge 10, FilterForge 7. Of course, you don't want 7. And 11, okay. And this is FilterForge 9, okay. So you'd want FilterForge 11. But if you go to filterforge.com, and I don't mean to be like, it's just, this is where I bought mine, was from FilterForge themselves. You know, support Daz, okay? But, I bought FilterForge from Daz because, buy FilterForge, how much is it? I think I paid like, yeah, $400 for FilterForge. And it comes with like several thousand filters. And what I did was I bought, and it's so Daz only sells 11, okay? And FilterForge is already up to version 13. So all right. So, and it's, I spent 400, I spent more than that because I also bought then the lifetime updates. And then I also bought the FilterForge librarian here so that I don't have to get all of my filters from online. They're all on my, I have 14,000 filters on my computer. And so I can just go through the list and apply filters to my image and apply this, see what it looks like and everything. Now, if I can find my FilterForge, we'll go into FilterForge also. Okay, so because this is like post work, okay? This is what, you know, it's like everybody says no post work, and it's like, well, it shows, you know, this, you know, you might as well leave a comment and say, this image could have used some post work, you know, and I'm not being mean or anything. I'm just kind of, so my suggestion is to buy the lifetime upgrades, and then you get, because I bought FilterForge way back when it was FilterForge 12, which wasn't that long ago, maybe two years ago. When it was FilterForge 12, I paid $400 for it, but it's normally $818. So I think I paid more than $400. I think I paid $500 for it, and then I also bought the librarian, which I don't think is that expensive, but I bought the librarian, which enables me, you get one file to download, and it's got 13,000 filters in it, and you put it in a certain folder, and then you don't have to go online and download each filter every time you want to put a filter on your image. They're all on your computer, and you just go bam, 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 and you can just try them at will, and it's really, really, really nice. FilterForge is the way to go when you want to add some, you know, really funky, you want the colors to pop on your image, you want the image to look a little bit like parchment paper, or just, there are 14,000 effects you can add to your image, okay, to make it look really cool. And so this version for 13 gives you, so when they come out with 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, you know, all on until God forbid we leave this earth on the big spaceship in the sky, that you will be able to they just send you an email and say, here's the download link to the next version of FilterForge. If they don't, they come out with FilterForge 14, you just email them. I've done that before. I've done that and said, I might have deleted the email you sent. Could you send another one? And they did. And I was able to upgrade to 13. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because right now I don't have FilterForge installed on my computer because Photoshop wasn't opening for me. So what I'm going to do is we'll take this image here in Photoshop. And okay, let's call this finished. It's not, but because I just kind of, I've been showing how to use it rather than actually artistically trying to to get the image. I think if I were to use this, I would probably go a little darker than this, like this. And I would probably want, which way does that go? Yeah, I would like this to be a little bit darker here. Look at what happens here when we do this stuff. This is just amazing here, how this works. I would probably bring this down here. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm on the vignette. Oh, I have the opacity turned down. Okay, that's why. And then we bring these back, this back into the middle range, and bring this back up. Just kind of, I wanted this to be a little bit darker here. And then we could take this middle one here. Okay, let's go with that. All right, and so we'll go File, Save a copy, and we'll save this into our Wildwood folder as Wildwood Photoshop output, and we'll copy that so we can also save the. Okay, so that's that. Save it at large, and then we'll go File. We'll go also and Save As. We'll save the PSD file, the output, and we'll save that in there. Okay, we'll close this down. Save changes, no. We already have that. Okay, we're going to minimize. Okay, so what I'm going to do is see if I can find my presets folder with all my filters in it. Okay, and I'm just going to turn off my background here, so because I got to go look through folders and files and stuff, and God only knows what's in there. So 1, 2. So we'll go here. It's somewhere on my desktop, I think. Okay, so we're going to go to this. Inputs, HDMI 2. Somewhere here I have a folder that's named Presets and Brushes. Where are they? Where did they go? Okay, my chair is making weird noises. Well, I might have put it in there, but where is it? Daz tutorial. Bryce Landscape. FPX. Okay, I'm going to look for, going to do a search on my desktop for presets. And it's not finding it. So I wonder if I already put them in there, and something's, okay, what about if we search for brushes? Brushes. Okay. Desktop. Okay, we're going to take our brushes and put them back in, copy. And, oh, okay, they were in there. So go into here, and go into this one here. And go to this PC and go to SSD fast. That is where my Adobe is. Adobe 2004, Photoshop 2004. presets. I think they are in brushes, or yeah, brushes. V. Okay, actually, okay. I'm copying my brushes in here. One. Let's go back to here and workstation. So I'm copying the brushes into the brushes folder. Because my Adobe wasn't opening right, and I believe it was maybe a improperly installed like C++ library or something, or I had an old one installed over top, and it seems as though as soon as I did like a Windows update and did some kind of C++ thing. Okay, so we go into here, select all. I have to move them up a layer, so X. Up, V, put them in here. Okay, we'll do that. All right, and this brushes folder is now empty. Okay. Now we got to find the presets folder. Let's go back here. Let's see what's in my presets. Okay, we go up one. And brushes, that's presets. Okay, I don't see. Oh, I think I put them in Adobe to Photoshop 2021. Yeah, I didn't want to do that, but okay. We'll go here and copy my brushes folder. Say copy. Go up. Up. And let's go to Adobe 2024, Photoshop 2024. This presets, brushes. That's empty. Okay, we'll paste that in there. I keep doing that, putting the brushes folders inside the brushes. But it's okay. We'll just copy, haul them all out and put them up one layer. So yes, this is about somewhere I have a presets, and in the presets is where you save your plugins for Photoshop, and this is called Filter Forge. And Filter Forge is like the best way to kind of just give your instantly give your image like a facelift, and it really works in lots of instances. Okay, we're going to select all, X, go up one, Control X, Control V, and now we can get rid of this brushes folder. Get rid of that. Go up one. Okay, so now this is the presets folder. The brushes are kept in the preset. You know Ron's brushes and all of that. Well, that's where they go, is in your Photoshop presets folder. So then we're going to look also on the desktop for some presets. Desktop. Presets. Where? Okay, that's not showing there. Well, that's weird. I hope I didn't delete them or something. Because that would not be good. Okay. Now, all right, we go back here, and I can go to Filter Forge. I am a login. Okay, let me go back over here and log in, see what it expects me to do. Remember me on this computer. Okay, so this, I don't know that this is going to work. Okay, let me just open Filter Forge. We'll go here. I think, yeah, Filter Forge 13. This is the standalone program. And it's probably going to pop up and say that I don't have any filters. Okay, updates. Check this for updates. Okay, we'll let it check. Tools. Updates. Options. Okay, how do we... Okay, so all of my filters are here. They're all contained in within Filter Forge. So so all I have to do is add how to add Forge. How to, okay. Okay, Filter Forge is a Photoshop plugin. Okay, Filter Forge can work as a Photoshop CC in new versions, allowing you to apply thousands of effects to your images. Please download and run the latest Filter Forge version from our website and follow the online instructions. The installation will prompt you to install a Photoshop plugin. Okay, so let's go here and just re-download. Okay, so we go here. And again, I'm going to have to go here until I can find Eric. Where is my Ultra Forge? Okay. Download Filter Forge for Windows. Okay, so I guess I just download 13 setup here. Download the setup, and it will already know that I have a downloads. Okay, and it should install right over top of the Filter Forge, but it will put those filters into my okay. Let me go back here now, because I have had the chat turned off for a moment. And we go to here, inputs, HDMI. I'm coming back. All right. Remember me on this computer. That's funny, Art. Is currently running. Please close all instances. Okay. You convinced me. Then click OK. Next. I agree. Accept. Now here's our 2014 and 2021. Those are the two Photoshop versions I have. Well, that worked. Okay. Okay, finish. Now when we open up Photoshop, which will open it up by opening our image, our saved image. Okay, so we go to desktop, we go to Wildwood. And which one was the Photoshop output? Let's open this one. Open with Photoshop. Hopefully Photoshop opens. Yes. Okay. And this will allow us to use Filter Forge. I think I paid at least $500 for Filter Forge. So, okay. So now we have our image here. And what we do is go to Filter, Filter Forge. Baking for an upcoming party. I will watch the rest later in the evening. Thank you, Rex and chat, for being here. I learned much. Awesome art. Have a wonderful bake time baking. It's very nice. Yes, you have a lovely, lovely, much good. So yes, you take care. Be careful. And thank you for hanging with us and for being here in the chat very much. So this has a filter on it, okay? So this is my betterizer filter. So now what's nice about Filter Forge is you can show original and see. So this is after. Which female model am I? This is the American Indian one, okay? The one that just came out recently. What's her name? Tara 9 HD. So yeah, so that is her. And so this, and look what it does. It looks like it just took. Oh, Daz's new Tara. Okay. So this, it looks like it just took a veil off of this image. Do you see that? And after you take that off, the image, you wouldn't want to see this image that way. And this one's called Betterizer. It sharpens it. It changes the levels of it. So it just brings it right out of the fog, out of that fog that we worked very hard. It just levels it, kind of. And what I like about this is you can just kind of go through them and see the before and after. And even that looks kind of nice, how this is before, but it does something really. Now, these are my favorite ones, the ones that I've kind of used on images, and they really did something nice to them. I like what this does to the trees up in there. So this is, and so if you go into this photo here, these are all of the filters you get from top. These are all the ones for photos. And so you can just go and try these, and if you like them, you right-click on them and add them to your favorites, and then they'll always be in your favorites. So this is like my bloom filter, the one that kind of makes the lights pop out a little bit. Now this is before. So it's very nice having art here today. It's always nice. It's always nice to have art here. This doesn't look like it has any difference. There's not really a lot of light in this scene, so it's not doing anything. That's bloom glow. Okay. Now that's doing something kind of cool here. But that's what these filters do. And the thing is that you can go into settings, and then you can edit the filter and change it a little bit. Bloom, opacity. So you can bring up the image a little bit more so it's not quite so dark. You can just change so much about the filter. It does require that your computer be a little bit powerful. to do these. Like it has to kind of render the image with the filter. Now this is really pretty. It just kind of gives it a very deep 3D effect. This is very interesting. See, it kind of looks like sort of plain, and then all of a sudden it just has a whole new life to it. I think I'd rather see this image than this one. It's just like, this is all kind of gray, and this one has some warmth to it, and some it's just, I don't know, it's just so much more impactful. It pops. And then you've got just really cool filters like sepia ones. And you have to wait until the filter's all done. And then, so hello, Denier. Welcome to this forum. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to EZ3DTV channel. You want to check this video out from the beginning because we go over how to work with depth maps and create vignettes in Photoshop, like any kind of vignette. So please, if you can, watch this video from the beginning. Yes. All right. So this has some kind of weird thing here. It's like it adds a ghost frame. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So diamond edge corrode. That's cool. So you can lay it over something, like in a web page, and it will sit nicely on a page. Yeah, all kinds of effects. That's a really cool effect. That's why I added it. Easy lighting. Well, it kind of overdid it a little bit, but you can come into the settings, God rays, and you have all kinds of different God ray presets. Like here, you have this one. Let's see, this one is, okay, this one, how's this one look? Okay. Not so special. How about this one? They have different effects with different images. Gold leaf. So yeah, this is, we'll go up into the top here. I'm going to go back to this other page, and we're going to add Filter Forge to our, and Filter Forge, and I don't know if I've done Filter Forge before with Photoshop, with in a video, but I don't always use filters on my images, but every once in a while I do, and usually when I do, it does make them pop. Graphic novel. This is kind of interesting. Kind of makes it cartoon. Look how everything kind of pops out in this too. And then it's going to go back over it again and make it finer and finer. Each time it goes over the image, it makes it finer. It's only half done. So it's going to go back over it again and again until so yeah, I would say Filter Forge is the best photography filter plugin that you can find. They now also have an AI filter thing. I haven't bought that. There's just so much AI out right now that I'm just going to kind of wait and see which one floats to the top. So it's just an interesting thing here, what you can do with this. It's still refining this image right now. Some of them take a good while. Grungy cross. Okay, this does something else here. Puts these little crisscrosses in the scene. And once again, it takes a while for it to go through. Now, we go into Tools. Filter Options. I'm wondering if I have all of my cores. 4 passes, 5 passes, multi-pass preview. Let's see. Now, what it does is it makes a smaller image. When you bring it into Filter Forge, it does it on a smaller image. And then if you have like a 4K image and you bring it back into Photoshop, it could take a good while to render the final image. I see, oh, these are, I love these rainbow effects. These are really nice. And they have a bunch of them, different ones. They all do a different kind of thing. And what you could do is, once you make this image, then you can copy it and you can put it over top of the same image, and you can just bring out parts in it. So this is really cool. Look at that. So let's apply this to our image, and then we'll go File, Open, and we'll go with this one here. I don't think it's going to let me open it because I already have one. Let's go Control Z, undo that. This background image. Let's duplicate. I'm not sure how to duplicate a layer. Up here, layer, duplicate layer. So now we have 2 of them, and we can take this top layer, bring this one into Filter Forge. So yeah, Filter Forge is massive. It's massive. It does all the work kind of for you in a way, even though you end up like going for hours trying different filters on your image. Okay, all right, it put that on there. And now what we can do is put a mask on that. And then the black part we'll see show through, okay? So we can take, this is black. We'll do our opacity down here like that. We'll right click and make this larger. And as we paint on here, it just becomes less and less of this image. And this is, you talk about like kind of, and right now then we can feather that. The more that I just take out of here, it's just going to show through. See, so this is pretty amazing stuff. how we can do this. So, now like when I turn this off, see that? It didn't change this. It just added this very slight effect to the photo. And you can then just duplicate this layer again, edit. Yep, layer, duplicate layer. Okay, then we have this again here. We can take this layer, filter, filter forge. And then we can take this layer here, and we have other filters here. Image enhancement. Okay, let's apply this. And then, oh, let me go back to there. Edit, undo, filter forge, layer, okay, filter. Because I just want to make sure that there's actually that it made some kind of change to it. Looks like show original, scroll out, and before I try to use this. Okay, before and afters. No, see, it didn't really do much to it. It enhanced it a little, but HDR, let's try this. High dynamic range. Let's go to my favorites here. One of them here that I use a lot. Let's see, not bloom. What is it? How about this one? No, the betterizer. That changed it a lot. Okay, let's use this. Let's bring this in. Okay, so apply. Okay, and now what we do is put the mask on here, like that. Put that underneath there. Okay, so I think if we take this image itself and paint it white, let's see what happens. Okay, that just puts white on the image. But we take okay, we go black. Black should allow this to show through. Okay, black is making it darker. Okay, so, oh, that's Z. We have to go on this one. Okay, so black is hiding it, it would seem. No, black is, okay, see what this did was it made it more intense. Okay, Z. Okay, the betterizer brightened it all up. And then you can come here with the black, and that takes and tones it down in spots. Okay, so that things pop and all a little bit here. And I could take and go with white and bring it back up again, like maybe in these corners here. So, all right, this is how, and now right here in this white area, we left the color here, but I could even go with, now the black, we could go with a brighter white here, and put even more color in here. And feather it. Yeah. So it's just this is how this worked. And then I could take this whole layer here and just kind of make it a little bit more transparent, like that. See, this is amazing what you can do with this. And this is you know, post work is not a bad word. And the reason why I say that is because this is not something you can do in in Daz. And you say, well, in a way you kind of can, okay? Because what you can do in Daz is I could put a plane, a transparency in front of this that has like a rainbow effect on it. But you know what I'd have to do? I would have to take and create that transparency in Photoshop. And the thing is that there are so many elements involved with getting that transparency to right, and so it doesn't reflect the light off of your from your lights, that the plane is like matte finish and all of that. It's so much more difficult. It's just much easier coming into Photoshop and being able to paint parts of that matte out and have it so you can change things. So this is why Photoshop is king when it comes to post work and really making your images kind of pop out. And then you got global settings. You go into adjustments and levels, and I can kind of like bring up the blacks a little bit and kind of make this image kind of pop a little bit more, like this. See, there's just so many little things you can do to make it kind of work. Now I think I made it too dark image, and you see her hair has kind of got little speckles in it. I didn't let this render long enough. I probably should have. And in this original image here in Photoshop, and we turn off this ground fog because we don't have that in our image. Ground fog off. See, I put this light on her, and I think maybe a ghost light would have been better than the spotlight. It just maybe wouldn't have, and which means that it's got to really take a long time to. I think right now, you know, this is how little, because what I did was I made this scene before I started this live tutorial, because I didn't want to have you all sit here while I put the figure in, put the pose on, found some hair, found some clothes, and put them in the right place. So I made the scene kind of before I came in here, and just so that I could come in and say, okay, now we're going to render a depth of field map and all of that. And so, but the thing is that if you look, like right now, this is still the original. This is the default HDRI map. I mean, I could go in here and find a really nice HDRI that actually isn't all blurry like that. And just that alone would give this scene, you know, a massive uplift to something here. Let's try this. Just anything would be nice. Yeah, look at this. So now we can rotate the dome. And now we have this nice hard shadow on her. I probably now don't even need this spotlight. Which is just not really going in the scene very well. Now, can we have some Iray back? Let's go to texture shaded just for a moment. Let's save Wildwood. I think it's going to crash. Maybe not. Okay, let's go back into Iray. So it has been 3 hours and 11 minutes since we started this. Okay, so I think this is going to look so much more natural with an HDR instead of, so I mean, so this particular, you know, scene that we have here in Photoshop, I didn't really take time. We're, like I said, we're still using the default HDRI on this scene, and I'm using a spotlight on her that's making her hair kind of have all these little speckles in it, and I only rendered it at 2,000 iterations. See, I mean, that just alone looks much more kind of natural without that spotlight kind of blaring down. So I just didn't have a lot of time to spend trying to make the scene right. So, but now if I were to take this environment options and let's rotate the dome to see if we can get the sun to kind of, and there is kind of a problem here. I think what I would do if I were really making this scene, let's go to our perspective view, is I would take this this scene here, and let's do it. Let's take this. Let's find out where our Tara is. Okay, this says back. We got to go to Tara and see where she is. Okay, so she's this way. So this is from the left, looking kind of in. All right. So now we go and zoom out. Left. And let's select our backdrop. And go like this, and up, left. Let's zoom out again. This backdrop. Okay, so now we're from the left. We know that Tara is facing us. So we could come in here, take this backdrop here, go to Tool Settings, Translate, go to our geometry editor and go to our marquee tool. Go like this. Right click, geometry editing. We could hide it first, but we're going to just delete it. Okay, we just totally screwed up, but that's okay. What we'll do is, as soon as it gives us back our computer, we'll take this piece here, the outer, and we're going to rotate one of these, Y, Control 9, take me out of Iray. One is the internal one, the other is the external one. Okay, Y. There. Put that like that. Now we go back to our camera view. Back to here. Now that allows our HDRI to shine in to our scene. It's not being blocked by those trees and all. So we have this really dynamic HDRI coming into our scene. She's going to actually be able to put some light in. some shadows and things into our scene. Okay, it's obviously it's on the other side. Now we still have a background, which is nice. So now we can go to here and rotate the dome until the HDRI points in. If it doesn't, we just don't have a proper sun, which it doesn't look like we really do here. No, there's no real proper sun here. So let's go to here and let's find another HDRI. Okay. One of these would be nice. Well, this is a kind of, okay, let's do this. Look at this. Now, so we come around here and we're gonna be able to put some real now we can bump this up a lot to like to 5. See, now it just looks so much more natural here before we even move into Photoshop. You know, make sure your scene is right. And the thing is I can still just render this scene and then go into Photoshop and just swap this out, this bottom image. So let's try that. Let's just go and do a render. Let's go a little higher. Let's go to 8. 10. Okay. And now let's, it just looks so much more natural here. So environment tint, let's go with white. And let's go to 13. Okay, and then we go here to render. And you know, now that I have this, it's going to create a depth of field map, okay? And this depth of field map is going to be probably a little nicer because it has it's not kind of, it's lit by a really beautiful, by a very gradient HDRI map, instead of before it wasn't lit by that. It was lit being having light bouncing, kind of just ambient light everywhere. Now I'm seeing something here, this right here. I didn't see this before, but this could use some sub D. You see that little kind of line there? That's just, it's their geometry isn't so pretty, but it's okay for now, okay? I think it would be nice to maybe take her dress into hexagon and kind of smoothen it out a little here. This just kind of looks weird. So, but those are the kind of things you can do. Maybe pull this out a little bit underneath so it doesn't look like it's so weirdly kind of shaped around her breasts. It just doesn't look like it's hanging. It looks like it's just kind of weird. So things like that can be done. All right, so we go, are we up to 2,000 already? Yeah, we are. Okay, so we can cancel this. Cancel this render, yes. And with geometry background, let's say cylinder. CYCLORAMA cut. Let's say cyclorama cut. We cut the cyclorama around the scene. And we're going to save this now, and it's going to export also a new depth map. So we go back to Photoshop. We go back to here. And this is our, with a cyclorama cut. This is the other one that the one we did before. It just, her hair doesn't look right. The color doesn't look right. See how none of that looks kind of, she doesn't even look like she's really part of the scene. See, that's what I'm saying, is just putting a little bit more time into your render. Look at that. See, it's just so much more. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than the other one. I just didn't have time to do that. But if you have the time, if you spend time on your main render, then your depth map and all will even look better. So we go select all, copy, and first of all we just take and take this, hide it, Control V. All right, now see, that's that. Now we take this, hide that. See, now that is our, can we delete this? Delete this for now. We'll leave the, okay, delete this, Control V, paste that in, put the color over it. And now we can turn that off just for a moment and see what our image looks like. Now let's bring in our new depth map. Open with. As a transparency, let's just use that quick thing it does, adjustments, HDR. This makes the white parts white and the black parts black. It does equalizes the histogram. Okay, select all, copy. Control A selects all. Control C is copy. Control V is to paste this in here. And now we select this layer and just click on screen. And look what we have here. A new histogram. And that we can now add a mask to. And bring, now when we bring black in, now we can take this right here and put this above it. And turn that back on. Look how that works. So, and then we can take this right here, and if we add some white to here, okay, Z, let's bring this down to 20, like really low, and then we right click here and feather this. See how that works? And we lost our I don't really like doing that. I'm not sure why that. I'm not sure how I figure out how to do this. So oh, I know how we could do it. So, all right, this is how you do it. I just figured it out, people. Okay, this is really cool. Yay! All right, is we take this image and we bring it in like this. Again, Control V. So we bring in, okay, not that. Delete that. Let's go back to our depth of map. Copy this. Come back here, paste it, okay, and then invert it, Control Shift I. or Control I. Now then you put this on here, okay? And when you paint, and then you go again, I think, to screen. And now, and we put this down here, okay? And now when I paint black on here, now you can paint black on both. And that brings down the white part like that. And this part, when you paint, okay, that didn't work. Z, I've painted on the wrong layer. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, we're going to bring this up here. Now we paint black on this. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, Z, paint black on that. All right, on this map. See, that takes the white out, okay? So if you want more white here, all right? And this one here, when you paint black on that one, okay, what does this do? Okay, I'm quite sure this is how you do it, but I'm not positive. Now, what is this doing? This is taking the white out, okay? So you can, so it's not destroying the image itself, okay? It's just taking parts of the image out by using black to make it transparent, okay? So this is the way to add the white here. And if you come in and you use white on this, it's a mask. So it's not actually destroying destructively. And the same with this one. If we use black here, which there's already black here, so it's nothing showing here. So now remember, black is where you see through it. So if we come here, then black takes out the fog in here. It's not destroying the fog. It's not painting the fog white. It's just allowing it to come through, the map to come through the white map, the inverted map. Now, let's take a look at this map inverted. Control I. Let's see, this is locked. Control I. Is it Control Shift I? No. Okay, let's select it again. Select all. Control I. I think one of these down here is invert. X. No, I just have to select this and Control I. It will do it eventually. Select all. No, here. Invert. No pixels are selected. Layer. I think I can do it up here. Invert. Image. It's not letting me do that. Okay, here, all. Image. Control I, see that's what I did, and it's not allowing me to do this. Okay, maybe I have to duplicate it. Layer, layer, duplicate. And then I can turn this one off. Maybe I'll say, let's see, Control I, Control Shift, Control A, select all, invert. Well, I was able to do it in the other. Control I. And it's not letting me invert it. Why not? Why not? Watch a video. Oh, I didn't realize these things are here. That's cool. Okay, let's put a map on it and then see if it'll let me invert it. Control I. No, it won't. Control All I. Wow, this is so weird. Why won't it let me invert it? Color. It might be, okay, it might be because, okay, this is image, mode. Oh, it's 32-bit. Let's go to 16-bit, merge. Okay, that's weird how that just changed the color of the way the color was being represented. Now it'll let me invert it like that. Okay, so Z, I guess when you copy it and bring it into as a layer, it changes it. Okay, so Z, let's go back. Now image adjustments, okay, mode, okay, that's still 32-bit. We'll leave that there. So when we paste it into here, it converts it. So so this is how you do that. So, all right, but what I wanted to see was what this image really looked like inverted. Okay, so we just select all, copy. Let's paste it in here for very quick. All right, now let's invert it. Okay, this is what it looks like inverted. So I would say this inverted image. Oh, and then we go to screen. Okay, and this makes sense. Now the black part in the back is what's invisible. So we can see through the black part. We turn these off and that off. And the white part is what... The white part is what the image covers. So this is a way to take this now, and we can take we got opacity at 15% and just kind of come through here and leave some. Okay, now that's Z. Now I'm actually painting the image, and that's not what we want to do. Okay, this is okay, this is our image. So now we add the mask, and now when we put the black here, we're not actually changing the image, we're changing so we can kind of take this down a little bit like this, and when I put black in the background, that should still, it's allowing that to come through even more. Black is the transparency. So we have this. Okay, so yeah, this kind of fixes a problem that I've had all along here. Now that we have two of these inverted images, that doesn't help. Okay, so when we select this, then I can get rid of some of the white here. We want less white here, okay, in the front. And we can make this a little smaller. And we can make it a little harder so that it literally cuts this out in here. And we can just take the white right out from up in front. Okay, this is how we do this. But then when we, now this is supposed to be here, I guess. That's our vignette sort of kind of thing. We'll turn that off for now. And, all right, so what we're dealing with, let's just get rid of this for now so we can work with these two images. And we're, now if, okay, so the more I paint this with black, the more the white becomes transparent in here. So I can come here with white. Now the other one is this image. Now, all of this is the black part here in this image is, okay, the black part, so the more white I have in here, okay, so if I paint this with white here, we're painting over you kind of have to think about this because it's see, so this is non-destructive. It's not destroying our image. At least it's not supposed to be, but it looks like I painted some stuff in here. Yeah, I did. So we'll go and delete that again. All right, Z. Maybe I did the same thing here. Let's delete these. Let's go back to our image here. Okay, this is the new one with the depth. Okay, select all, copy, bring it back in here. V, we got two of them. Now we put the mask on one and the mask on the other. This one we want to invert, Control I, okay. And we want to set them both to screen. I'm not sure what that does, but I think that's what you're supposed to do. And now it's almost all white here because there's just a little gray in between. Okay, there's most of the front here is black. And see, that's what kind of makes me think that this isn't quite right, this map. That I'd kind of rather have, you go into this map and you go into adjustments and levels, that if I were to bring this down a little bit, like more like this maybe, yeah, make it this way, and then the white, bring the black up, no, this way. So now that, and this is what's kind of weird, because if I make the background a little bit gray, then it'll show more. So we go like, now let's try to select all, copy this. Now we take and delete these. Delete this, Control V, okay. And now we add that and add this. And now we invert this. And then we paint some black on here. We got to select this one. And that's okay. We got white. That's why it's not working. Black. What's that doing? Well, it's painting black on there, but I don't see the image. Oh, I don't think I set them to screen. Yeah, they're not. They got to be set to screen. Screen. And now we go back to here and paint some black on here. That brings out, that takes out the fog from the front. And this one, black, would take out the and make the back a little bit more. And she's already showing in this because she's black. She's in the black area. So we'd have to take and come into here, not there, Z, here, and bring her out like this. And so this is where you can do both of them, where you can look at that. See, this is starting to look very kind of, see, because what I was doing wrong was I was editing the actual image and just making it white, you know, and you need to keep that information from the depth map. Now that is starting to look really, now, and then this would be when you add this, levels. And then you come in with the black here. And you and then we bring this up. Okay, we take this, bring that down like this. Okay, let's turn this opacity up. Like this. And we feather this. See, that kind of thing. And we can just come in now and take some more white out, or add more, go into this mask and add more black into the edges. It's just, it's a matter of, and so, okay, I'm really kind of happy that at the end, I was able to show you the real way to do this, to invert the image and then use black on that as well, so that we have this done right, so that we're not painting on the image itself and changing, like just blurring all the detail out of it. That's the whole point of having this beautiful detail in here, is not to just come through like with, say, a black brush and just paint through it like that. That's not pretty. Yes, it makes it kind of darker in the image, but you've lost all the detail. And that's why you use these masks, because then you can just bring out more detail here and there. And what I'd like to is, okay, here we go into here. Let's bring her out a little bit more into here. So we just go with black and bring her out more. Okay, well, am I on the right? Okay, Z. Why isn't she coming out though, Z? I have this set too high, this opacity set too high. Okay, I think maybe I have to go here and take some of the white out. So that's what we do, and make sure that, yeah. See, now this looks so wispy if I just bring this opacity down so I don't just take out too, like, so then we're just really able to kind of bring in some detail here into this. Look at that now. See, so now this is really, this is the beauty. Now this almost makes me want to cry because it's just that this is the whole, this is the reason for the depth map, okay? And I think I maybe am starting to impart the purpose of all of this, okay, is to keep these maps so that the detail is there and we're not writing over the detail, but we're actually using the mask to either bring out the white in the front here, where I can just come in here and take this out a little bit more, and we can just have a little bit of fog in around through here, and or come in here and now as you can see, this is all white in here. This is the area where now you notice this map here. It looks like I drew right on the map. It's kind of hard to see whether if I did or not. I don't think I did, but it looks like I actually came in here with black and painted right on the map, which isn't what I was supposed to do. So I think I have to delete this one again and paste it in again, invert it, Control I. Yeah, see, that looks right. Okay, and then we add this. So you just have to be careful that you don't draw on the map itself. I think there might be a way to like lock that so you can't draw on it. But this is where you want to do your painting and take, now you have to set it to screen. Okay, and then we can come in here with, now the background is gray. Just think about it. Anywhere I paint black, anywhere that I paint black in this little map, this white map is going to disappear. Okay, so if I want, now if I paint up in here, all right, anywhere I paint black, the white map is going to go away. And the more I paint, because I have it set to kind of like, so that's the thing, is that you and as it's slow, now the thing is I can also go back here a little ways here. And see, I'm not actually drawing on the map. I'm just taking Z. Let's take this. Okay, and I'll go back to screen. And let's make this a little bit larger. And bring this down. Okay, and so I can just kind of come in. And I know that these areas, I'm not going to want white in the front here. See, so that's kind of interesting. And so and the further back. So if I want to like add more, I just go here to this, and then I can say, well, this little tree here is going to be in the background. I'd like that to be a little bit more gray. Okay, so but now the black is also hiding that, so I can come in here and say, well, I want this to be, when I go into the gray here, it's okay. So yeah, so this is where actually now having it really like really white and black, so that this map, you see now I'm thinking it's better to have this map like with the where we go view, image, adjustments. Okay, why isn't that working? Select all, image. Okay, it's not letting me do that anymore. ZZ. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we go image. So that's it. So we have like kind of black and white, so very stark differences. So that's where it's kind of important. So you go control copy. We go back into here. And let's get rid of this again. Delete, delete. And let's get rid of our mask again. Okay, control V, B. And the levels can go, and now we invert this, control I, and then we add this, and here we add the mask again here, and then we set them both to screen. Okay, and so now the white map, this white map I can't really see, but you know what, you would think the inverted one, let's turn off these other maps. See, the inverted one isn't black in the background, so what we do here with this inverted map here is go to layer, go image, not layer. How would we change this? How do we layer? See, because we have to set the levels on this. We should be able to set the levels on both of these. What if we go normal? And I'm still not seeing black and white here. See, this should be black, and this part down here should be the whitest part. It should be the opposite. Now we turn this one on, and see, this is what we have here. And you see, this isn't that way either. So neither of these images. Now, see, this one is. This kind. What? Why are they losing their? Oh, it might be because, let's see, normal. Darken. Layer, okay, maybe this layer. delete that, delete this, and paste it again and again. V. Okay, now that is my image. That is what we want. Well, not really. Now, okay, so we go image, levels. Okay, here it is. Okay, so you adjust the levels first. Okay, now we go V, paste in another image. Okay, go to image, levels, like that. And then we invert this one, Control I. Yeah, see now how this is black, and this is white, and this one is the opposite. See, this is black, and she's white in this one. That's what we want. Then we can switch these to screen. And this one to screen. Okay, I think when I switched that to screen, it didn't work. Normal, screen. Oh, they're both on now, okay. So we turn this one, and we're still black with white in the background, with white. So that means that the background here, she's going to be, now when we turn this on, you see now the background is pure black, pure white, it's purely hidden. And when we turn this one on, she's hidden. And so this allows us to bring in all right, so now we can add our masks. Okay. See, and it's not completely, because there's a middle ground that seems to be okay, that's not hidden, but now when we come in here with our black, okay, we're able to reveal the background a little bit the way we want it. Okay, Z. Because the black image, everything black in it is visible. So if we go just with this image, you see everything black in it is visible. See this, the black, this is all black in the foreground, and the trees are black. Okay, so they're all visible. The white image, everything black in it is visible, so that's the background. And what we're trying to do, why are we doing this? Well, the reason why is because we want to be able to just make things appear without actually changing the way the image looks. Like if I just painted black over the background, yes, it would become darker on our main image, but it would lose all of that detail in the color. So this is why you want the inverted one for the black in the foreground. So we turn them both on, we turn the background on, okay? And now we can take the front here and show how much of this that we want in the front. And so we go here to our layer and go to our paintbrush and go to this, make it a little bigger. And why can't I paint on that? Oh, it's not turned on. Oh, this one would be go here. Okay, so now, okay, and we want to bring our opacity down even more, so so that it's very faint, and so we can just come in here and kind of start to paint. We want her, we don't want her white like this. See, but it's not affecting the background because the background is already black, okay? So it's just affecting the front here, the fog in the foreground. So I can say, Okay, so we can come in and decide how much of. Now, I definitely don't want fog on her. And I don't want fog in this way foreground. And just a little bit here. And the thing is I can come back here and turn it back to white and say, well, I'd like a little bit more fog on these branches here. So we can just paint the white black again. But then come in here and let's make this a little stronger. And then make this a little smaller. And go with the white, with the black again. Make sure we're not painting on our image. And then bring this in like this. Okay, like that. And they definitely want this. Not sure that we want any of that stuff, too much of that up in here. Okay, and then we could just bring this back down a little bit. Kind of like just bring this a little in like that. And now we switch to this one. You can see what I've done here. I've just kind of, now when we turn this one on, turn that one off, we're working in the back here to bring in just enough of the back and we're not actually changing. Remember, we're not. And now we can turn them both on. We go here, a little bit less of that. There we go. See, this is working. I want to take too much out. But yeah, see this? And it looks like it kind of fits, you know, the image. We get the detail, and if you want to make, now this is where she is. If I want her to be a little bit more in the fog, I just bring this in and instant fog. You see, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. And so you're not destroying the detail of your depth map. You're just revealing parts and putting parts away. And so you can say, I'd like this tree to be a little bit darker, and then this tree to be even more darker. But this rock probably should be a little bit less. So we go to white here. This rock looks like it's in the foreground, so it should probably be a little bit kind of brighter than everything else. See? That's how you do it. So I think we've done it, and then so you really want to, so that's the thing, is you want to have your background as white as possible. You want to have your foreground as black as possible. And then you want to just invert the map so that when you invert it, then this becomes black as possible. And then this becomes white as possible. And then you use those. And then you remember, you turn on screen. Don't forget. I don't know why it has to be set to screen. But you go in here for each image, and I set the levels. So that's what I did, was I went to each image. Once I pasted it in, I came up in here into this adjustments, and to set the levels. And what this does is it makes black, it makes the blackest part of your image black. So maybe you have an image where it's it goes from gray to kind of dark gray to light gray. Well, you don't want that. Not with this kind of process. You want it to go from white to black. And then the other one, you want to go from black to white. So you want the black because black is going to show things. Because if I have everything gray in the image, I'll never be able to make her show up, because black is invisible. I mean, black is what is visible. And so if I don't have an image with black in it, with black, then I can't just make something completely visible in the image. And the same thing, if the background isn't black on the inverted image, then I can't make these things visible because they're gray, you see, and they're not black, where black is visible. See, so that's why we take these images and invert them like that, and then build in the things. And you can see this image, I cut all of the, I took this most of the white out of the front, and a little bit of her. You can see that area where I cut with black, and I brought those out of the image so that those parts of the image were masked. So yeah, and then not masked. So those parts, the black part is what's visible, what you see through, what's transparent. Okay, so they were masked actually. So the white parts became transparent as I came through here with the black. And the same thing with this is this one was very black down in here, so I didn't have to add black because everything was visible in this map. But the background was white, and that meant it was completely covered. And that's what you want, it completely covered, so you can come in with the black and just bring out certain areas. Okay, now I'm actually painting on the image. That's a no-no. You want to paint on this. See how I can bring out certain areas in here? Just to kind of show you that this is what you can do, is bring out certain areas. So I think it looked better with those areas kind of a little bit more. Yeah. So this is it, and the rock here, where this image was all white. This rock was all white. She was all white, and this was all white in the front. And so I used the black to make those parts transparent so you can see them. And I could even just cut, the more I paint in here, the more of this white that goes away from this from this foreground here, from what's way in front. So, all right, I think that's going to do it. I'm going to do one more time to just kind of show you again. We're going to add our levels here. And we're going to just add now our vignette. So we select this, select black, right click, and make our brush hard. This one kind of is, and make our brush hard. Make it a little bit smaller like this. Okay, and then we turn this up, the opacity up all the way. Then we bring this down so we can see what we're doing actually. And then we come in here and we cut some parts out of this, like this, like this, like this, like that, like that, like this, and we'll go like this, and like this, like this, and maybe like that. And then we'll take that maybe a little further in. Let's make our mosaic. Then we go to here, feather it. Feather it like that so it's soft around the edges. And then we go here and bring it darker a little bit. Bring it darker and feather it some more. And there it is. This is how you make the mosaic then. I mean, not the mosaic, but the vignette. So, all right, and you can make it whatever shape. If you want a diamond, if you want a heart, if you want, you just draw that out and then feather it. And it's not that hard to do. Just make sure you remember to bring this in your levels down, or you won't see it doing anything. Because again, we're not painting with color, we're painting with brightness. Okay. It's odd. It's an odd with levels. We're painting with the levels of things, not color. We're painting with the level of how much something is showing through. Okay, and I think this was better when it was a little darker like this. Yeah, and so like in here, we have not only we have our vignette, but we also we don't have this fog down in here. We have this, it's clear. It's like the ability to work with different mediums. One of them is the amount of fog that's in our scene, and the other, the depth, and the other one is the vignette, just the natural kind of darkening around the edges of the scene. So, and then remember what we can do with Filter Forge, where we could take and copy this layer here, layer image, duplicate. Where's our layer? Okay, now we have two of these. We'll put this up top here, and we take this layer here into Filter Forge. Let's go back to our favorites here. We had that color one. I see rainbows. Apply. Okay, we're going to just apply that. Okay. And then we have another image here that we can mask and only allow it through in certain spots. That we are painting with the levels of that image, not the actual image. We're altering the levels of the image, how much we allow it to be seen. So we now add our mask here. And then we come in, we can take and bring down, well, let's just come in here first. Now the black, remember the black part is where it's going to be, you'll see through it, okay? So we have black here, and we come in around here like this, and we're going to go like this. And we come in like this maybe. Like that maybe, I don't know. And then we feather it like that. And then we bring down the opacity of the layer. And that is our image. And you can come in and just reveal more of her, like bring her out more by just taking the white layer here and showing her up more like this. But now she doesn't quite fit in, so you want to maybe bring out a little bit more of this and just a little bit of this so that it kind of shows a little more, so that it's not quite as just that kind of thing. And I could feather, I'm kind of hurrying now, feather that a little more. So there. Okay, I hope this has been helpful. And you know, I'm only my tutorials are only as good as an artist as that I am. Maybe it's not the art so much as it is the technique that we're trying to go across here and show. That's what this is about. And if you look at this, these aren't that, it's not that, these are very redundant processes here. But what we're looking at is our render here. Then we're looking at our depth map and the inversion of our depth map with masks over it. Then we're looking at an adjustment layer, and this adjustment layer adjusts the levels of the image, and then the black allows us to make this vignette. Okay, the black allows us to create a place where there's it shows through and where the levels are not as dark. And then we just took this, our main image again, ran a color filter over it. And then we used, again, this masking technique to only allow that particular image to show through a little bit. These are very redundant tools, and so if you watch this video, if you really learn this, you're pretty much going to know your way around for most of what you need to do in Photoshop. We've learned about painting and everything. And remember, I hit the alternate key and right click, okay? And then I can make, if I push my brush this slide while I'm holding the alternate kit and holding the right mouse button, okay, not left. I'm holding the alternate key, and if I move my mouse back and forth, that sets how large my brush is going to be. Okay? If I move it up, it's how soft it's going to be. Is it going to have a very hard edge, or is it going to be soft? Okay? Like very soft, okay? And that's the and those are pretty much. Chris, it's nice to have you here. I think I invited myself to your into your Discord server. So I hope to some night catch your awesome social group there. So yeah, very nice, very nice. So we're today we've been working with in depth to explain what depth maps are. The only thing I didn't do was use a depth map today and I just have to go and learn a little bit more about that. And maybe at the beginning of my next video, I'll just show you how to use a depth map to do depth of field. Because with this depth map, like I said, I could click on this tree and the camera would focus on the tree and blur her out. If I clicked on this rock, it would focus on the rock, blur her out, and blur that tree out. You see, so it would blur what's in front of it and what's in back of it. That's how a depth map works. If I click back here, it would blur everything out and blur and bring in. So just to slowly see what this has done for this image, this is what we rendered in Daz. And we just slowly start to put these elements into here and our vignette. And then the coloration around her, it's just it's an interesting way of kind of making your image have a little bit more. Now her dress that's very kind of transparent is almost like a distraction in this image. So like, what is that? It almost looks like a distortion rather than part of the image. You know, it's just. There are aesthetics, things that you can do. I've not really haven't been able to focus a lot on the aesthetics in this, as I have more just trying to explain the techniques, okay? And I'm going to leave the aesthetics up to all of you. So, yeah, so at this point, just remember now the thing that in Daz Studio is that you have to have geometry in your entire scene. You cannot use an HDRI and have a wonderful night, Chris, and enjoy TV time. I'm headed for I think it's going to be refrigerator time and then TV time. So yeah, I've been watching this show on Netflix. It's pretty hardcore, so Netflix usually is. So, yeah, that's going to be me in probably less than maybe a half an hour. So I'm just tying this up, okay? So, again, remember you have to have geometry. So you have to put a plane behind your scene, or like we had this cyclorama cylinder around this scene, okay? There has to be geometry behind your scene, and then you can just render your depth map, and you will get the most beautiful 32-bit Iray depth map that you could ever want, okay? So this, I believe I have been thorough and shown you all how to do this. It has been a 4.5 hour video here, but we have covered bases. Halfway through it, I kind of lost my way, but then at the end, we picked it up, we got it, and anyone who makes it to the end of this video will know how to do this, okay? So she's saying goodbye to everybody, and I think it's time. Thank you for the likes, everybody. It's very nice. I feel like I accomplished it. I wish I had known about inverting the map sooner, and actually, I think it was... Let me go here. Nope, not the home button. Let me go here. It was Tony Sebuk I think he tried to, say, no, there's something you need to do. There's something you need to do. I know what it is. Let's see. You have to put this in, or no, you. And he was the one who kind of hit on it that something wasn't right. And I don't know that he knew exactly how to articulate it, but he knew something wasn't right. And he was trying, and that kind of I think, and so it was all of a sudden I realized, oh my gosh, I have to invert this map. And that was when it occurred to me that we needed to have our depth map. So just get your depth map in there with the levels right. So black is black and white is white, and then invert that so that the white is black and the black is white. And so then you will have the most potent depth map that you can use to augment your scene. So, all right, I think that is going to do it. Thank you very much. We had Chris Cox here towards the end, Denier 3, Art, who is he's baking, okay, and Cryptic X, Crypto X. Good to have you here as well. We had Tony Seabuck, and it's very nice to have Tony. Was very helpful. I thought that was about the time my video was going to crash because I was running out of solutions on how to make some of this work optimally. Okay, that's what we want, is optimally. If you do what I did towards the end of this video, you will learn how to do this, okay? So I wish I could go back to the beginning and say, watch this to the end. So that is a kind of a moral or a lesson for my channel, that sometimes things don't get resolved until the end of the video. So if you can make it to the end, thank you. It helps my channel. We had Ed London here. Angus is, I'm sure, still here. Angus, thank you for being here, like, from beginning to end. And then we had Art. Art was here, and Art is out baking right now for a party he's going to have. And we had Pat C., and who says he will be back and watch this later. And then we had 3D Madness, who complimented on the render. I have never figured out spheres. I think what he meant was that canvases. And so I think that was what spheres. He meant the 3D Madness meant the HDRI, infinite and finite spheres, environment spheres. Yes, okay. And Noose was here. Oh, yes. And Noose came from the very, very beginning. And he said he had some sort of baseball practice yesterday, I think he said. So thank you for watching. And if you're watching this after the fact, I wish I could be there live with you when you are watching as well. So yeah, to keep you company. So thank you for watching. CDJ has said hello today too, at the prize at the bottom of the cereal blocks. Oh gosh, those were very nice. Yeah, you open a whole box of cereal just to get the prize. So it's like, I'm not really hungry right now, but what a nice prize. So yes. So all right. So now I feel like I've really imparted something awesome for you all. You now can make your own and you can do all of this in GIMP, if you don't use Photoshop, all of this can be done in GIMP as well, all right? These are pretty rudimentary things. You can make your you can bring in your depth field into GIMP. You can also work with the adjustment layer. I don't know that GIMP works with where you can use Filter Forge within GIMP, but you can definitely take and export your image and then run it through Filter Forge and bring it back in. So it's just that Filter Forge has a plugin for Photoshop, which is very helpful. So all of this is stuff that you can do in GIMP. You can make your vignettes in GIMP, and you can also work with your depth maps in GIMP. So, all right, CDJ, thank you for being. Angus is moving along. Thanks you very much for being here. And I think I'm going to go do some TV time myself. And have a wonderful rest of your day, whatever it's doing in your part of the world. If it's morning or evening or noontime or in the middle of the night, thank you for watching. Catch the beginning of this video, okay? Because that's where we go into Daz and I show you how to export your depth maps so you can do all this cool stuff with it. So, all right. Take care. This is Rex Red saying so long for now. Please like and subscribe. Click the bell for notifications. Watch this whole video if you can. If you do, it's long, but I keep going over and over, and it will see itself in your mind, and you'll be able to speak the language of depth maps and vignettes. All right, bye-bye for now. We're going to go back to this computer. Take care, and thanks again for watching. Bye-bye.